Welcome to the stream, Morier. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. Welcome on in, friend. Hello there. So we continue another day of Chaos Head Noah. What madness are we going to see today? Sometimes I was surprised at how overly friendly Remy seemed. It didn't really bother me, but it was clear that there was a difference in how we felt about personal space. Was she really serious when she said she didn't care if I cleaned up my room? There were discarded food containers from the convenience store on the floor, and stacks of H games with triple X-rated covers on the bed. Okay, yeah, we're at the skip part. We've seen this part. Down in that tunnel, I had seen her split into two, and I think the dialogue here is the same. The only reason it's not auto-skipping is because the picture's different. She's in her swimsuit instead of not. I hadn't seen the moment it had happened, but when I had turned around, Ayase had been there, and in a school swimsuit, too. And I had seen her pull the D-sword out from nowhere, too. That wasn't a hallucination or a delusion. After seeing that, I couldn't call her crazy. But there was also what she had said. So that strange thing I had witnessed had happened because I had seen it in my delusions. It was true that just before it had happened, I had been thinking about how Moe Ayase would look in a school swimsuit. Was that what Ayase had meant by power? The power to project delusions into reality, and it was possible that I had it. Okay, let's see. Um, we've done the green for and neutral for this one, right? I don't think we've done the negative. I don't think. I got up, leaving Remy behind me as she stared at the computer screen, murmuring to herself. I went and picked up the toy D-sword in the corner of the room. I stood in the middle of the room and held it out in front of me in the best approximation of an ESO character that I could do. I started to feel like an idiot. There was no way a wimpy Japanese kid like me could look anything but ridiculous while holding this huge sword. You would see photos online of people cosplaying with weapons like these, and they usually looked really stupid. I probably looked the same as they did. Maybe this was hopeless. I decided to try it anyway, though. Maybe I should try to imagine the sword in my head. The first thing that came to my mind when I thought of swords were the ones in ESO. Or should I try to envision something like Senna and Ayase had, one that was beautiful, terrible, and impossibly sharp? I couldn't get a clear image of it in my mind, because I wasn't sure what kind of sword to picture. An ESO sword, or one like Ayase and Senna had. I should pick one or the other. I guess the latter would be the best choice. Okay, it's not like I have anything to lose by trying, right? I pictured it in my mind, gritting my teeth and gripping the sword tighter. I focused hard. Become real. A warm, soft hand touched my hand as it gripped the sword. I opened my eyes in surprise. Remy was standing beside me, holding my wrist. She was looking down, Her eyes narrowed in pain, and her lips were trembling ever so slightly. What was going on? Something wasn't right. She looked like a totally different person than she had a moment ago, when she had been so confused by the patent. What did that mean? Awful memories came racing through my mind. Mimi was on my side. She was on my side, right? But I didn't know everything about her. Did she know about the D sword, too? I gulped and slowly, timidly, called out to her.
タク、
Remy was still looking down as she spoke. Her voice was flat and devoid of emotion.
その件だけど、
Remy was on my side, right? She wouldn't betray me like Yua did, right? If Remy betrayed me, too, what would I do?
捨てた方がいいと思う。
どうして
My voice was cracking. Did Remy know something about it?
だって、
Remy finally turned her gaze towards me. I looked away as quickly as I could. Because what?
だって、もう高校生だし。
は
Remy suddenly grinned. She smiled at me mischievously. The sudden change knocked all the tension out of my body.
そりゃ男の子っていくつになってもそういうおもちゃが大好きなんだなってのはなんとなくわかるけど、さすがにそんな大きなおもちゃ一人で部屋で振り回してるのはどうかと思うよ。それが許されるのは小学生までじゃない？でもタクの個人的な趣味を私の前で披露してくれたってのはちょっと嬉しいかも。私にだけ秘密を教えてくれたみたいで。
What? I felt silly for being scared. If they were 2D characters, they would be really moe, but not in 3D. Alright, let's see. What did she just... Okay, so yeah, this is... I know which one this is. We haven't done the negative for this one yet. I don't think. I glanced over at Remy, unsure of what to say. Remy's clothes had changed. She had been wearing her uniform a second ago. Had she managed to change in the short time I had had my eyes closed? No, of course not. My mind was having trouble keeping up with this sudden
どう
change.
かした？
She seemed confused. She didn't say anything about her new outfit. What did that mean? Did she not realize it had happened, or was she just playing dumb? I looked at her outfit, trying my best to not look like I was staring. Is this what she wore when she didn't wear her uniform? I had only ever seen her in her uniform, so this felt very different. Her top was some kind of denim jacket, and she was wearing a miniskirt. The long socks she had been wearing a second ago were nowhere to be seen. In other words, I could see her bare legs. Her thighs looked smooth and thick, and the way she was sitting with her legs up with that miniskirt. Miss Sakihara, I think I can almost see your panties. Actually, depending on the angle, it almost looked like she wasn't wearing any at all. My eyes kept heading towards her skirt's V-zone. I tried desperately to not give in to the temptation. The way she was sitting, it reminded me of the cover of a famous H game. It was called Thrown Away Sister, and it was famous enough to get an anime. Its first edition package had the heroine sitting just like Remy was now. That illustration was so moe. I had even used it as my PC wallpaper for a while. Was this a delusion, a hallucination, or was it real?
うん？
Crap. My little man was starting to boot up at the thought of what Remy was wearing beneath her skirt. I could smell a sweet scent coming from Remy's body, and her skin felt real in a way that figures and 2D never did. So this was the power of 3D. All of my deeply held values were in danger of being wiped out. I told myself I wasn't into 3D girls, that I only loved 2D girls. But Remy's body had a destructive power about it that threatened to eradicate those beliefs.
ねえタク、
Remy gave me an innocent smile, still seemingly oblivious to the fact that her clothes had
私
changed.
喉乾いてきちゃった。何か飲み物ある？
えっと
I stood up and headed to the fridge, happy to have something to take my mind off her before I exploded. I looked down into the fridge. I had a thing of soda, but I had already drank out of it. Giving it to her would be weird.
ないなら買ってこようかな。コンビニって深センの駅前にあったよね。
I could sense Remy standing up behind
ちょっと
me.
行ってくる。
あ
She smiled and left the room without waiting for my answer. Left alone, I tried to think. What had I just seen? Was it just a delusion after all? Remy's clothes, the second Ayase. Was I the one who had done it even? Did I have that power or not? If so, how could I use it? How could I get a D sword? There were so many problems I didn't even know where to start.
ただいま。
Remy left just a second ago after coming back, and she was wearing her school uniform. Had she changed when she was outside? For what reason?
私、財布持ってくの忘れてた。
Remy must not have noticed my confusion because she just chuckled, reached her hand into her bag, and took out her wallet.
ペシッ。それじゃあ改めて買ってくるね。
And then she left again, without bringing up her change in outfit at all. I put my fingers to my temples and moaned softly. Somebody, please explain what's going on. What was up with that other Remy's clothes, though? She was way too real to be a hallucination. I couldn't imagine that she had found a way to change her clothes that fast right next to me. She had no reason to do so anyway, which meant that it was like how Ayase had split. It was my delusion. Okay, if I remember right, we did the negative on this one, so we actually need to do the positive now. I think we are on chapter 5, right? Yeah. I think we did the negative on this one last time. Yeah, because she comes up behind us and does the who guess who game, covers our eyes, and Shogun comes. Right, yeah. We've done the negative, but we haven't done the positive. There's an achievement for seeing all the negative and all the positive delusions. That's why I'm even worried about it. If we can get the achievements, we should, yes. Although that being said, it seems like half the positives or the majority of the positives are very sexy, so get ready, guys. Suddenly my vision went black. I could feel pressure on my eyes. What was happening to me?
誰だ？
Could it be the legendary Guess Who scene? But scholars said it only existed in 2D. In 3D, it was just an urban legend. I never thought I would get to experience it myself. In this moment, I became one of life's winners. No, wait, calm down. There was no way a guy like me could encounter this urban legend in 3D. This was just a delusion, it had to be. Guess Who was an urban legend after all. They call them urban legends because nobody actually knows if they're true or not. That scared me for a second. I calmed down a little. If this was a delusion, I hoped I woke up soon. It would just make me sad when I got back to real life. No, maybe it would be better to enjoy this sweet romantic urban legend a little more.
ヒントはね、名前に「り」がつく
No, I didn't need any hints. I could tell by the voice. I had trained myself on identifying voice actors just by listening to their characters. I wasn't even a voice actor otaku, you know, but it's the natural thing for an anime viewer to
あ
do.
れ？わからない？第2ヒント、名前に「み」がつく
You just gave me the answer. You're a very stupid girl, Remy, but very, very cute. There was only one reason I wasn't answering. I knew the right answer, but it was embarrassing to say it. Well, this was just a delusion anyway. No reason to worry about it.
み、
ピンポ
She let go. I opened my eyes. I turned around, and of course, Remy was standing there.
ーン。待たしちゃってごめんね。
Why wasn't I waking up from my delusion? Normally there would be some ending, and I would snap out of it. I tried pinching myself. No, that's how you wake up from a dream. But wait, dreams and delusions aren't that different, so maybe it's not wrong. Wait, now my cheek hurts. Did that mean this was real? I realized it was and suddenly became extremely embarrassed. I looked down.
どうしたの？顔赤いよ。
I could see Remy's cheeks were a little red too. It was just the light of the setting sun, right?
さあ帰ろう。
And then, with perfect timing, there was a knock at the door.
リミ、
Remy, Remy had come after all. Feeling salvation at hand, I headed for the door. But then I stopped. Why was she pounding so hard?
リミ、
I called out to whoever was on the other side of the door. The sound suddenly stopped. Silence. There was no answer. Please say something. Why won't you say something?
リミ、なんでしょう。答えてよ。
There was no answer, but the knocking began again. Wasn't it Remy?
誰だ、誰なんだ。
Was it Shogun? The instant I realized it might not be Remy out there, I got too scared to open the door. I staggered back, bumping into the back of my chair and almost falling over. The knocking continued. Someone was there, pounding on it. No, that wasn't all. The pounding started to come from the side walls and roof as well. Whoever was out there, there was more than just one of them.
誰だよ。
I couldn't take the fear anymore and I screamed. And then the sound stopped immediately, as if reacting to my cry. I wanted to run. I wanted to run far, far away. I wanted to get as far away from here as I could. But how? There must be a whole group of people, whoever they were, outside my house. The sound began again. Now it wasn't just knocking. There was the awful sound of scraping claws, too. Not being able to see them just made the fear worse. I knew that Shogun must have sent them, but I couldn't even imagine what the people outside the thin walls looked like. I was overcome with panic. I felt awful, like I was going to throw up. I put my hands tight over my
やめ
ears.
て。やめてよ。許してよ。
I came back to my senses and saw that I was in front of the computer monitor. I gasped and looked around the room. Then, being very careful not to move a muscle, I listened. There was no sound. Was it just a delusion? I spent 5 minutes remaining completely still, listening intently for any sound coming from outside my shipping container. I didn't hear anything, so I tried opening the door and taking a quick peek outside. Nobody was there. Had I just imagined the whole thing? My heart still felt like it was about to burst from fear. I looked back at the monitor. Cinna's hot breath tickled my cheek. Her face was so close I worried she might bite me. Why was this woman so violent and scary?
離せ。この。
I flailed my hands and by chance struck her on the cheek. Cinna fell hard to the ground. She was clutching her cheek with her hand and looking up at me, slightly afraid. All trace of her earlier attitude was gone. Her eyes looked almost like she was about to cry. I had never seen her look so weak and fragile before, and it stirred up a sadistic streak within me. All the anger that had been building up within me exploded out at
僕
once.
を。なめるな。
Those were fighting words, words I would normally never use, but I said them anyway. Saying them felt good. I felt a lot better.
悪かった。でも叩くなんてひどいだろ。
Cinna looked up at me like she was about to cry. It made me want to say more. The way she was lying there, limp. The way her skirt had come up to expose her thigh. The way her long black hair trailed on the ground. It was all making me feel excited.
僕がやられてばかりだと思ったのか。確かに見た目は明らかに弱そうだもんな、僕は。明らかなドキュンを相手にするより僕みたいな弱そうなやつをいじめる方が楽だし、楽しいだろう。調子に乗りやがって。僕だってやるときはやるんだぞ、このビッチが。いつまでも黙ってばかりだと思うなよ。
I couldn't hold back my anger anymore. I wanted to ruin this bratty little girl forever. I leapt on top of her, pinning her body beneath mine.
何を。
うるさい。
I grabbed her wrist so she couldn't move. She was beneath me, looking up at me. Until now, she had always been looking down on me. But now, I was on top. The feeling of superiority was making my head spin.
やめろよ。離せ。
Her voice was the same as ever, but weaker. Wait, she was crying. In the end, I was a man, and so I was stronger than her.
頼む。こんなこと。やめろ。お願い。
I couldn't stop myself from laughing. Right now, this woman was under my control. She was mine to do with as I saw fit. I had no idea the world could be such a wonderful place. Why hadn't I just done this from the very start? What was I so scared of? I couldn't believe that until now I had been such an idiot.
たっぷり可愛がってやるよ。
おい、無視するな。
I came back to my senses and found I wasn't actually on top of Cinna. In fact, she was still pinning me to the playground equipment.
あれ。
The sudden change in position had me feeling a little confused.
その力のことを誰に教わったんだって聞いているんだ。
I had no memory of being asked that at all. Had it happened while I was fantasizing about forcing myself on her? I had no idea what was going on, but Cinna was still shaking me violently.
誰からだ、答えろ。天聖信仰会とは関係あるのか、ないのか。
Cosmic Church of the what now? I shook my head frantically. I couldn't breathe. I was going to suffocate. I was passing out. Dying. I couldn't stay awake. Just before I passed out, Cinna suddenly let go of me. I collapsed where I stood. I coughed and tried to force as much air into my lungs as I could. It was the exact opposite of the delusion I had had a second ago. I felt even more pathetic. Was Cinna my enemy after all? Was she working with Shogun too? If so, I had to get out of here.
関係ないならいい。悪かった。
Cinna saw my confusion and looked momentarily annoyed, then sighed. She turned to leave.
Yo, よし、つながった。
Nanami hadn't picked up yet. Come on, pick up. Pick up already. She picked up.
ななみ。ななみ、ななみでしょ。返事しろよ。今どこにいるんだ。大丈夫なの？何か言ってよ。ななみ、ななみ。
I screamed into the phone. And then a voice spoke.
少しは落ち着いたら
That voice was Shogun.
なんて
I gasped in shock. I couldn't figure out why Shogun would answer when I called Nanami's phone. All I could do was repeat the same thing, like an idiot.
なんで
メールの意味がわからなかったのかな。
信じないこんなの信じない
That's right. I didn't believe it. It was a delusion. My own delusion of what the worst case scenario would look like. But the reality wasn't too far off. Nanami still hadn't answered, and somebody's phone was ringing in my room. It was a cheerful melody, the complete opposite of my own mental state. I felt awful. Nanami's phone had to be in my room. It was the only explanation. I couldn't think of any other way to explain it, and I couldn't avert my eyes from reality anymore. What I saw was the same model phone that I had. It was blood-stained, and the arm isn't there? That's interesting. I knew exactly what that meant. Oh, thank you very much for the head pats, Moby. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. I had lost the ability to think clearly. I flung open the door to the base and ran outside.
Moby the Unpopular said, "Hi Turtle. Hope you don't mind me lurking here while I work."
Of course not, friend. We enjoy all the lurkers. I hope you are not working too hard. And yeah, that's why we have a lurk command even. Yeah, no problem with the lurking. No problem at all. Don't work too hard. A nasty sweat clung to my whole body, and it made the night wind feel colder than usual. I realized I wasn't even wearing shoes. I could feel the coolness of the concrete beneath my feet. I had to go. I had to go to Ofront like Shogun had said. I was scared. I didn't want to go. I wanted to head right back into my room, curl up into a ball, and forget about everything. But if I didn't, it felt like something terrible would happen to Nanami. The tears wouldn't stop coming. I wiped them away with the palm of my hand, but my vision was still blurry.
ななみ
I whispered. My voice sounded even more pathetic than I thought. It made me want to throw up. I shook my head, trying as hard as I could to drive away the weakness welling up inside me. If I stopped for even a moment here, I would never be able to go to Ofront. I had to keep the momentum going. I was worried about Nanami, too worried to do nothing. That's why I had run out of my room like this. Keep up the momentum. Get to Ofront and things will work out. Hurry and put on your shoes. Grab your Sayritan figure as a good luck charm. Then run. Just run. Keep the pressure on yourself. Right now, you're the only person who can save Nanami. I clenched my jaw. I went to head back into the base to get my shoes, and I thought I heard a sound. I leapt up in surprise. I looked toward the source of the sound and saw someone there. Nanami? I rubbed my eyes and stared at her. It was Nanami. She was my little sister. I couldn't possibly mistake her for someone else.
ななみ
I hurried over to her. For some reason, she was stark naked. She was slumped forward, and I couldn't see what her expression was like. Her slender body was shivering.
ななみ
I didn't know what happened or what to do. All I could do was keep saying her name. I wanted to give her a big hug, but she'd probably call me a pervert big brother later if I did. She slowly lifted her head. Her face was deathly pale. Even her lips were pale. She was so pale I thought she might die at any moment. Her eyes were empty, but big tears fell from them when she saw me.
お兄ナナは
どうしたんだよお前。大丈夫なの？
Nanami softly shook her head.
ナナはなんでここにいるの？よく思い出せないよ。
I checked her over to see if she was injured. Of course, I avoid looking at anything I shouldn't see. Just so we're clear, I'm not getting horny over my IRL little sister. I'm not interested in seeing her naked at all. Anyway, she didn't seem hurt. So what was that blood on her phone then? No, I could think about that later.
とにかく寒いから中に。
I offered her a hand. Her movements were stiff, and she was still shaking too. She was like a newborn fawn. She grabbed my hand. She was cold. She was so cold. It made me scream.
お前冷えすぎだろ。
I touched her bare shoulder, knowing that she would probably yell at me. It was cold too. Should I get her into a warm shower? Or first get her something warm to drink? Either way, I certainly couldn't leave her out here naked. Now wasn't the time to worry about what she might think. I wanted to choose the cleanest clothes I had for her to wear, but there wasn't much at all. I didn't have many clothes besides my school uniform anyway. I ended up giving her the limited edition Bloodtoon sweatshirt I had been keeping unworn and in mint condition. I made some instant coffee for her too. I didn't drink coffee normally, but I would remember that a long time ago, Nanami had brought me a bunch of snacks and food from my parents, and mixed in with the lot there had been some instant coffee. It hadn't expired yet, so it should still be okay. Nanami was sitting quietly on the sofa. She still looked pale, but getting something to wear had calmed her down. She wasn't shaking anymore. I poured the coffee in a cup and silently handed it to her. She took it without complaint.
ありがとう。
She held the cup with both hands, staring at the black liquid within.
ブラックだね。
砂糖とかミルクとか、そんな気の利いたものはここにはないんだ。
She seemed satisfied with my explanation and pursed her lips before blowing on the coffee. Then she slowly lifted it to her mouth.
あつっ。
Was she always that sensitive to hot drinks? I couldn't remember. I had never actually cared to think about it. Nanami was giving her full attention to the act of drinking the coffee. It seemed to warm her up a little. The color was returning to her cheeks.
お兄、このコーヒー熱いよ。
じゃあ
あっちゃダメ？
なんでだよ。
なんだかナナ混乱しててわけわかんなくて、あんまり動きたくないよ。
Well, she wasn't being as obnoxious as she usually was. It wouldn't hurt to let her stay for just one night.
親には連絡しとけよ。
That box was still in the corner of my room. I took the bloody cell phone out from inside it. I wiped the blood off with a wet tissue before handing it to her.
ナナの携帯だ。
これ送ってきたのってナナミなの？
あ、
She seemed confused. I felt dumb for asking the question.
親に連絡したらシャワー浴びてこいよ。体温めた方がいいと思うし。
The shower was outside. It was a simple prefab shower room placed next to the shipping container, but it did have running water. I had insisted on that. There was no bathtub, so I went to a public bath when I wanted to take a bath. Normally, though, I just took showers.
うん、浴びてくる。ねえ、一緒に。
は？
Had my little sister gone crazy? She chuckled when she saw my astonishment.
違うよ、一緒に入るわけないじゃん。でも一人で外に出るのなんだか怖くて。
Yeah, that would make sense. She had shown up outside my place naked and couldn't remember how she got there or where her clothes were. Of course she would be scared.
だからナナがシャワー浴びている間、声が聞こえるところにいてほしいなって。ダメかな。
She was looking up at me. She seemed like she really meant it. The way she looked. I was starting to find my own sister Moe.
わかったよ。
She was having a bad time today. It wouldn't kill me to act like a big brother for once. I could hear some kind of sound. I was only half conscious, but I could still hear it. What was that sound? It felt like I had heard it before somewhere. Right. A cell phone set to vibrate. Was somebody calling my phone? Nobody ever called me. Could it be that Toriant's song again? If so, I didn't want to answer. It was creepy, and the last time I had heard it, it had knocked me out a full hour. I decided to ignore it and go back to sleep, but once you heard a sound, it was hard to unhear it. And whoever it was kept calling again and again. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor. Nanami was lying on the sofa, or so I thought, but when I looked, she wasn't there. Where had she gone? The bathroom? Or maybe she had decided she didn't want to stay over after all and gone home. I still wasn't fully awake, but the phone kept ringing. It had been over 3 minutes now. You would think it would have gone to the answering machine by now. Maybe I forgot to set it up. They were so persistent that I finally gave in and grabbed the phone off my desk. I looked at the display to see who was calling and... Unlisted number. I couldn't tell who it was then. I really didn't want to answer.
もしもし。誰？
お兄。
It was Nanami. I sighed, relieved. Where the hell was she calling from? She had been barely able to stand a few hours ago, and she had been saying all that stuff about not wanting to even go outside.
ナナミか。どこにいるんだ？
右手 の。右手。
I hung up. What the hell was she going on about? How annoying. What kind of dumb trick was she trying to pull? Stop wasting my time. I felt silly for being worried. Evidently she was feeling better. No need to go looking for her then. She was probably calling from the public bathrooms on the floor below. I was really tired. I didn't have time to put up with this crap. I threw away the phone, lay right down, and closed my eyes. I woke up to the sound of Seiretan's voice. Nanami was still nowhere to be seen. Had she really left without saying a word to me? Or had she gone to school? What day was it today? Was today one of the days I was scheduled to go to school? I felt spaced out, like there was a fog settled over my head. I still wasn't fully awake. What time was it? I sat there on the floor trying to wake up when...
あ、お兄、やっと起きた。
The door opened and Nanami poked her head in.
帰ったんじゃないのか。
帰ってないよ。泊まるって言ったじゃん。
ということは、やっぱり昨日の深夜のあれはいたずらだったんだな。もう二度とやるな。
いたずら？何のこと？
Nanami had a confused look on her face. She was playing dumb, I realized. She was going to try and lie her way out of this. She must think I was a complete idiot if she was trying to get away with this. In the cold morning light, I realized just how dangerous her outfit was. There was nothing under that sweatshirt. Nothing at all. Yeah. Each time she moved her hands, the hem of the shirt went up, and it looked like I might see something I wasn't supposed to see.
お兄、どこ見てんの？
どこも。
She pulled down the hem to cover the top of her legs.
そんな伸ばすな。そのトレーナー貴重なんだぞ。
ナナよりトレーナーが心配なんだ。お兄のバカ。言っとくけど、下着は履いてるもんね。
You are. That's a shame. Wait, no. Knock it off. Don't get horny over your own little sister. But where did she get the underwear from, then? Well, at least she was back to being the normal Nanami. She had looked like she was in really bad shape yesterday, but evidently a good night's sleep had fixed her up. I also smelled something really good. Was that the smell of frying bacon?
ねえねえ、お兄も朝ごはん食べる？
Thank you very much for the head pat, Morier.
朝ごはん。
今作ってるんだけど。
The base's kitchen, or rather sink, was outside the shipping container next to the shower room. There was no gas running up to the roof. Instead, there was a simple portable gas burner that I had gotten for really cheap online. Of course, I never cooked, so I had thrown it in a drawer somewhere and forgotten about it. Had Nanami managed to find it and drag it out then?
メニューが。
サンドイッチとベーコンエッグ。ここのキッチンじゃあんまり凝ったもの作れないしね。それにお兄は貧乏舌だからむしろシンプルなものの方がいいかなって。
My normal breakfast was a bottle of soda and a pastry. This would be the first real breakfast I had had in a long time. I had never thought I would want to have my little sister cook for me, but now that she was actually doing it, it made me pretty happy. Maybe I could forgive her for what happened last night then.
よし。さっさと用意しろ。
うわー、偉そう。まったく少しは感謝してよね。
止めてやったんだから。むしろそっちが感謝しろよ。
それもそうかも。じゃあ一応感謝感謝。
I thought she would give me a little bow or something, but she didn't. She smiled and left.
お兄、外で食べようよ。折りたたみ式のテーブルあったでしょ。それ持ってきて。
Crap. I had just gotten up and already she was bossing me around. That breakfast she was making had better be good. I set up a simple folding table and chairs, the kind you might use when camping, and waited 5 minutes or so. When it was ready, Nanami brought breakfast to the table and set it down. It looked pretty good. Nanami had always helped Mom with her cooking, so she was a surprisingly good cook. Well, only 2D girls were allowed to be bad at cooking, and then say, "Whoops, I messed up the cooking, eehee," when they screwed up. If my 3D sister said that, I would be really weirded out. I might kick her off the ledge if she tried that. Nanami smiled and sat down in the chair next to me.
なんで隣に座るんだよ。
You're too close. Our shoulders are about to touch. I can't eat with somebody this close to me. I moved my chair a distance away from Nanami.
だってここに椅子が置いてあったんだもん。お兄が置いたんでしょ。
Well, I mean, I guess I did. These were camping chairs less than 30 centimeters high. Even a girl could easily pick one up. If she wanted to move it, she could have.
まあいいや。ほら、お兄、食べなよ。いただきまーす。
She put her hands together and then dug in with her chopsticks. She was hungrier than I thought she would be. Evidently, she was feeling a lot better. It was like the weak girl I had seen last night had been a lie. Maybe it was a lie. Of course, there was only one reason she would lie to me.
大好きなお兄と一緒にいたくて嘘ついちゃったの。
Like that? What kind of H game was this? Of course, I knew exactly what I would say. But I refused.
お兄、なんかニヤニヤしてる。また変な妄想でもしてた？
I quickly looked away. I took one of the sandwiches and put it in my mouth.
うまい。
It was a ham sandwich with mayo and everything. Of course, it's not like a ham sandwich is hard to make, but considering there was nothing here but a few seasonings I had brought, it was pretty amazing.
でしょでしょ。わざわざ朝早くに24時間やってるスーパーに行っていろいろ買ってきたんだよ。
買ってきたってその格好でどんだけ知女なんだよ。
知女じゃないもん。このままで外歩けるわけないじゃん。ちゃんとお兄のズボン借りてそれ履いて行ってきたよ。下着だって買ってきたし。
So she had bought underwear then. But that meant that until she bought the underwear, she was wearing a boy's sweatshirt and pants with no bra or panties underneath. Hot.
本当はこのトレーナーも着替えたかったんだけどさ、アニメの絵が描いてあって結構恥ずかしいし。でもお兄が着せてくれたんだから勝手に着替えちゃうのも悪いかななんて。
She didn't understand Sayratan's charm then. Proof she was an airhead. But while I might be comfortable wearing that shirt in Akihabara, even I wouldn't have the courage to wear it in the middle of Shibuya.
それでお金は
ちょうどね、借りたズボンに財布が入ってたから大丈夫だったよ。
Her tiny mouth was chewing on a piece of bacon as she spoke. Fine. What was fine?
その財布僕のだろ。僕の金使ったのかよ。
だってナナ、昨日お財布もなくしちゃったもん。
だからって勝手に使うなよ。
Nanami wasn't listening to my complaining, though. She was looking depressed as she smashed up the yellow yolk of her egg.
財布もなくしちゃったし、学校のカバンもどっか行ったし、それにバングルがなくなっちゃったのが一番ショック。
I wasn't happy either, you know. I mean, I had enough cash from all the real money trading I did, but still felt like I had been stolen from.
あんな安物のバングルなんかなくしたってどうってことないだろ。常識的に考えて。
And it was something I'd given her for free, too. It shouldn't matter to her at all if she lost it. Why was it such a big deal to her? Nanami fidgeted.
だって初めてお兄からもらったプレゼントだったんだもん。すごく嬉しかったのに。
You're not going to fool me. You can act cute all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that you took cash from my wallet.
ナナね、絶対見つけ出すから。なくしたままにしておくなんてできないよ。
For some reason, she was clenching her fist as she spoke. As I looked down at her hands, I saw there was a white bandage wrapped around her sleeve near the right wrist.
その包帯。
これ
She pulled back her sleeve to show me. Sure enough, there was a bandage wrapped around her wrist. It hadn't been there when I had found her naked last night.
右手を返して。ナナの右手。
Now I got it. This was the next step of the prank she was pulling. She was going all out on it. But what was the point?
そんな包帯外せよ。いたずらにしたって悪趣味だよ。
いたずらなんかじゃないよ。朝起きてから右手がちょっとズキズキするの。原因はわかんないけど、とりあえず包帯買って巻いたんだ。
ズキズキ痛むのに包帯だけ巻いたって意味ないだろ。
包帯だけなわけないじゃん。ちゃんと湿布も貼ったよ。
だったら湿布だけでいいじゃないか。わざわざ包帯を巻く意味がわからない。
そうだけど、ほら、病は気からって言うし。
That made even less sense.
いいから取れよ。
I looked like I was casually eating a sandwich, but my heart was racing. Maybe I was overthinking things, but if Nanami's call last night hadn't been a prank after all, maybe her cheerfulness right now was just an act, and she was actually in huge trouble. Trouble she didn't want me to find out about.
もう、ほんと、わがままなお兄だな。
She reluctantly began to take off the bandage. I was caught off guard by how easily she agreed. Maybe I was overthinking things after all. I took a bite of bacon and egg, making sure to avoid looking at her arm.
はい、取ったよ。
I gulped and took a deep breath, and then slowly turned to look at my little sister's arm. The skin under the bandage looked just fine. She wasn't injured at all. There wasn't even a bruise. Wait, had she taken the compress off too? I hadn't even told her to do that. I grabbed her hand and brought it closer to my face so I could look at it.
お兄
傷なんてない。何にもない。
あるなんて一言も言ってないよ。ズキズキするんだって説明したじゃん。
That's right. I had been overthinking things after all. Maybe I was just paranoid after the message from Shogun yesterday. Wait a second.
くそお前の腕湿布さ。
I winced and pushed her arm away.
そんなの当たり前じゃん。女の子に臭いって言うなんて最低。バカ鬼。
うるさい。さっさと飯食って学校行け。
I didn't want to waste any more of my valuable time dealing with my little sister.
そっか、学校か。でも制服ないのにどうやって行こう。
確かに。
今日は学校休んで家に帰ろっと。ブラウスとスカートの会話あるけど、ブレザーはどうしよう。新しく買ってもらうしかないかな。
As Nanami started mumbling to herself about her next steps, I finished my breakfast and headed back inside my shipping container.
28日未明、渋谷区小東の路上で男性の変死体が発見されました。被害者は練馬区に住む橋谷康之さん31歳で、死因は異物を喉に詰まらせたことによる窒息死とみられています。被害者の口にはハサミで細かく切り刻まれた大量の布が詰め込まれており、また胃の中からも同様の布が多数見つかりました。警察の発表によりますと、布は渋谷区にある私立水明学園の女子冬用制服である可能性が高いとのことです。水明学園は現場から徒歩で3分ほどの距離にあり、警察では事件との関連を調べています。
Another new murder, and they had died from having chopped up pieces of a Suime girl's uniform stuffed in their mouth. Could that uniform be Nanami's? No way it was a coincidence. The timing was too good. It had to be Shogun. He must have kidnapped her as part of the murder and then taken her uniform. Shogun was taunting me. I would be next. It was finally my turn to be killed.
お兄、どうしたの？
I almost fell off my chair when I heard Nanami's voice behind me.
顔色悪いみたいだけど。
ななみ。
I reached out a hand towards Nanami.
僕は殺される。
殺されるって、そんな冗談やめてよ。
本当なんだ。間違いない。あいつは次こそ僕を狙ってくる。ななみごめん、僕のせいで。あいつはお前のこと誘拐して。僕はどうすれば。怖い。怖いよ。
I didn't want to look like a wimp in front of my sister, but I didn't have the strength to keep it together any longer. I wanted to turn to someone for help. I wanted someone to protect me. Rimi hadn't contacted me at all lately. Ayase was in the hospital. There wasn't anybody else I could count on to protect me. Nanami gently grabbed my outstretched hand.
もう、本当にはダメだな。 一人じゃ何にもできないんだから。きっとゲームのやりすぎで疲れてるんだよ。今日はパソコンはやらずにソファーで横になってた方がいいよ。
僕を一人にしないで。
わかったわかったから。お兄を一人になんかしないよ。
本当？
ほんと。昨日はナナがお兄に優しくしてもらったから、そのお礼。
ナナミ。
Family was so important to have. I couldn't rely on strangers when it really counted. My family were the only people I could really, truly rely on. I felt so relieved that she would offer me her hand that I almost cried. I clung tightly to her hand.
甘えん坊だね、お兄って。これじゃあナナがお姉さんで、お兄が弟みたいだよ。
うるさいな。
はいはい。よしよし。
She patted my head jokingly. To her, it might be just a joke, but right now, having somebody touch me made me feel so much better.
ナナミ、頼みがある。
何？
その、
Since all we usually did was fight, it was embarrassing to ask this, but I couldn't afford to be embarrassed right now.
今日も。
なんでそこで黙っちゃうかな。ちゃんと言ってくれなきゃわかんないってば。
今日も泊まっていってくれ。
I would feel better if she did. I couldn't handle the thought of spending the night alone, terrified Shogun would come for me. Nanami probably wouldn't like it though. She might call me a pervert if I wasn't lucky. I looked up at her, scared of what she might say.
なんだそんなことか。別に何泊したっていいよ。
本当？
一応ナナだってお兄の心配はしてるんだからね。さすがに今のお兄を放っておけないよ。
ありがとう。助かる。
Family really was what mattered most. No, having a real little sister was what mattered most, and I was so glad to have a little sister named Nanami. Now all she had to do was stop being such a brat, and she would be the perfect sibling. Nanami hadn't come back. She had headed out around lunchtime to do some shopping and get some clothes from home. She had waved to me as she left, saying she would be right back. 8 hours had passed since then. During that time, I hadn't gone online or even watched Bloodtoon. I had just sat on the sofa and waited for her to come back. I clutched my phone tight in my hand, checking every minute to see if she had sent me a message. I had tried to call her, but only got a message saying the phone was off or out of the service area. Why hadn't she come back? Did our parents say something to her when she got home? Like what? Siblings or not, it's not appropriate for a boy and girl your age to be sleeping in the same room. I could see that. Wait, no, I couldn't. Not a chance in hell. Maybe they were fighting over her lost uniform. Then I realized that she must have been wandering around Shibuya naked before she arrived at the base. Honestly, it's a wonder the cops didn't grab her. I could see our parents going to the police when they found out. But what if something even worse had happened? What if Shogun had grabbed Nanami on her way home? Or maybe his servant Yuba had done it? What if she was already dead? Maybe Shogun had already sent me another message. I didn't have the courage to check my computer to see, though.
ナナミ、僕を一人にしないで。
I wanted her to come back as soon as she could. I wanted her to skip school and stay with me until things calmed down. Remy had promised she would stay with me, but now she was gone. If I lost Nanami too, I would. The phone in my hand suddenly started to vibrate. I hit the button to start the call almost immediately.
もしもし、ナナミ。おい、ナナミ、今どこにいる？
お兄、助けて。
I froze. Had Shogun kidnapped her after all?
どうして見捨てたの？ねえ、お兄。
将軍か。あいつに何かされたの？
痛いよ。右手が痛いの。
まただ。
I put down the phone and whispered the words, almost unconsciously. Deja vu. I had had the same conversation last night. She had told me to give back her right hand then, too. I had thought it was a prank, but maybe it wasn't. I couldn't tell. I covered my head with my hands and curled up into a ball. Nanami, where are you? Come back. I went outside with no real destination in mind. The sky was already dark and not even the moon was out. I could see the city of Shibuya in the distance.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
It was shrouded in a faint glow of light. Even after coming outside, though, I didn't have the energy to go looking for Nanami. Should I try calling her again? It was possible she was just pranking me 2 days in a row. Maybe I was just being paranoid.
お兄、何してんの？
I gasped and turned around in the direction of the voice I had just heard. Nanami was there, holding shopping bags and looking at me confused. She was wearing different clothes than when she had left. She must have changed at home.
お前、今までどこに？
ごめんね、遅くなっちゃって。お母さんと一緒に新しい制服を買いに行ってたら、こんな時間になっちゃった。
That was the most likely of the possibilities I had been considering, but there was only one thing that didn't make sense then.
さっきの電話は？
電話って？ああ、メールで送れるって伝えておけばよかったね。
そうじゃなくて、電話してきただろ。僕の携帯に。
してないよ。お兄、ボケボケだね。
She answered with a smile. This conversation wasn't making sense.
それより、今日の晩ご飯、なんだと思う？ひひ、なんと、ハンバーグだよ。ナナの手作りだよ。これから作るから、お兄も手伝ってね。
待てよ。電話したよな。右手を返せとか言ったよな。
もう、しつこい。言ってないってば。誰かと間違えてるんじゃないの？
She looked genuinely annoyed as she headed inside the shipping container. Was she lying to me? It sure didn't look like it. And anyway, Nanami wasn't the type of girl to play a mean prank like that. At least I couldn't remember any time she had done something like that. So what was that phone call then? Another one of Shogun's traps? I felt the prickling on my neck. Somebody was looking at me. It felt like... Whose eyes are those? After dinner,
ナナミ、話がある。
ん？何？
she was reading one of the manga volumes I had piled in the corner of my room. When she spoke, she didn't look up from the book she had her nose in.
真面目な話だから、ちゃんと聞けよ。
どうしたの？急に改まっちゃって。
She closed the book and sat up straight.
これでいい？
おとといのことは、何か思い出した。
2 days ago, when I had found her naked outside my shipping container, her clothes, her bag, and her bangle were all missing. Her cell phone had been sent to me in a cardboard box, covered in blood. This wasn't normal. Nanami had said she didn't know how she had ended up like that. She had mild amnesia. But what about now? Had she gotten better? The Nanami in front of me sure seemed like the Nanami I knew. Her expression darkened and she gently shook her head.
まだ。
全く、全然。
全く全然。なるべくね、そのことは考えないようにしてたんだ。お母さんにも話してないし。おかげで制服がなくなった理由ごまかすの大変だったよ。
Maybe I should take her to a hospital after all. What kind of doctors handled amnesia? Psychiatrists? Maybe I could get Dr. Takashina to look at her. Then I remembered that Takashina had been killed during one of the Nugent murders, and felt a squeezing in my chest.
ナナミ、僕は命を狙われてる。
え？
Her eyes went wide. She probably thought I was crazy, but it was the truth. I decided to open up to her about everything. About Shogun, about how I had seen the third Nugent murder crucified, about all the strange and terrifying things that had been happening to me since, about the threatening message I had received from Shogun just before I had found her, about the 2 strange calls from the fake Nanami. At first she chuckled. This is all just some delusion of yours, right? But eventually she realized that I wasn't joking. Her expression tensed up.
いいか、これからしばらくは一人で外に出ちゃダメだ。どこで襲われるかわからないから。
お兄、ナナ怖いよ。
僕だって怖いよ。だから二人で協力するんだ。
Together we could support each other. I wasn't sure how much a loser like me could provide any kind of support to Nanami, but without her help I wouldn't last much longer. Ideally, I would have liked someone who could physically protect me, but I wasn't sure about going to the police for help. The detectives I had talked to in front of the Kurenai building were nowhere to be found. Since then, what happened to that stuff about sending someone to protect me? They might still think I was the one behind the crucified murder, too. I couldn't trust the police. I had to stay inside the base as much as possible until I came up with a plan. Nanami was sitting on the sofa, sunk into it. Her arms were wrapped around her trembling body. I sat down on the sofa, staring blankly at the Saratan poster on my wall. My room was much cleaner than it had been. After I had finished my story, Nanami had sat there silently for a while before suddenly saying that she wanted to clean my room. After 2 or 3 hours, it was in a much better state. Nanami had probably wanted to do something to take her mind off what I had told her, I assumed. Now she was lying on the bed. How long had it been since anybody had used that bed for its intended purpose? I vaguely remembered sleeping in it for the first few months after I moved here. I hadn't wanted her to clean my room, but now that was done, I realized it was the right thing to do. Last night she had slept on the sofa, and I had slept on the floor. It had been horribly uncomfortable, and I was glad for the chance to be able to sleep on the sofa tonight. As nocturnal as I was, though, I couldn't go to sleep as early as Nanami. Well, it was past midnight, so maybe it wasn't early, but even that was early for me. I always went to sleep around the time the sun started to come up. So here I was, sitting on the sofa, just staring into space. Had Nanami gone to sleep? I couldn't hear the sound of her snoring. Maybe she read my mind because she turned over in the bed and poked her head out from the covers.
ねえお兄。
寝てなかったの？
うん。
Nanami looked like she wanted to say something. After a few moments of hesitation, she whispered,
あのね、一緒に寝てあげようか。あ、別にナナが一緒に寝たいわけじゃないよ。ほら、ダメダメお兄は怖くて怖くて一人じゃ寝つけないみたいだから、本当は嫌だけど、今日だけは特別ってことで。
Her words started to have more and more force behind them. She wasn't coming out and saying it, but from the sound of things, she was too scared to sleep. And so now here we were.
もし、いやらしいことしたら、本気で怒るからね。
するわけないだろ。
わかんないじゃん。ついムラムラしちゃったりするんじゃないの？
しないって言ってるだろ。妹にムラムラなんかできるか。
それはそれでちょっとショック。少しくらいムラムラしてほしいな。
誰がするか。文句ばっかり言うなら一緒に寝るのはなしだ。
ごめんなさい。もう言いません。
She pouted and fell silent. This was more embarrassing than I expected, and my heart was pounding too. Even if she was my little sister, I had never been this close to a 3D girl, let alone slept in the same bed as one. I said I didn't think she was cute, but that was a lie. She actually kind of was. And why was she looking at me anyway? Close your eyes. Don't look at me.
なんだか変な感じだね。ねえ、お兄はナナのこと鬱陶しいって思ってる？
え？
思ってるんだ。
I did. She was bratty. She talked back, and she wouldn't leave me alone. At least that's what I used to think. After spending some more time with her in the past few days, I had changed my mind. She was in bad shape herself, and yet she was always there to smile at me when things were rough. Maybe having a little sister wasn't so bad after all.
思ってないよ。
別に思われたって平気だよ。ただね、勘違いしてほしくないんだけど、ナナはお兄のこと嫌いなわけじゃないからね。
What was she talking about?
お兄って前入院してたでしょ？それで。
入院はしてない。通院してただけだ。
嘘、入院してたじゃん。
してない。お 前の勘違い。
そうだっけ？まあいいけど、とにかくお兄が学校も行けなくて大変だった時にナナがしっかりしなくちゃって思うようになったの。いつもお兄に口うるさくあれこれ言ってたのだって、そういう理由なんだよ。お兄が嫌いだったからとかじゃないよ。昔はお兄が病院に行くようになる前はナナはいつもお兄に甘えてたよね。お兄はナナにとっては頼りになるお兄だった。お兄のこと大好きだった。
Did you have to say it in past tense?
だから今度はナナがしっかりして少しでもお兄の負担にならないようにしてお兄の役に立とうと思って。あんまり役に立ててたかどうかわかんないけど
ダメな兄貴でごめん。
Maybe because of everything that was going on, I found myself able to say things that I had never been able to say otherwise.
気にしないでいいよ、兄弟だもん。それにナナは昔の頼りがいのあるお兄のことも知ってるし、どんなにダメでもナナはお兄のこと嫌いになんてならないからね。
ナナミ。
I had no idea that she felt that way. It made me so incredibly happy. I couldn't believe that I had ever hated having a 3D sister. I was so glad she was here.
でも今日はちょっとだけ甘えてもいい？さっきは強がり言っちゃったけど本当はね、一人で横になってるとどんどん怖い想像ばっかりしちゃうんだ。だからお兄に甘えたかったの。安心したかったの。
She curled up and put her head against my chest. Nanami smelled good.
ずっとこうしたかったんだ。ずっとお兄に甘えたかったんだ。
I wrapped my arms around her slender body, tightly, so tightly. As long as she was here, I didn't need anything else. Not my Seiratan figures, not my ESO rep, none of that. All I needed was my living, flesh and blood sister who cared about me so much. Feeling the warmth of her skin made me feel so much better. The next thing I knew, I had fallen into a pleasant sleep. I woke up on the sofa.
俺
That's strange. I had been sleeping on the bed with Nanami. Had I come back here at some point without realizing it? I looked up at the bed. There was a bulge in the sheets. Nanami was evidently still asleep. I checked the time on my phone. Something felt strangely wrong. Something wasn't right. But what? What was this strange sensation in my heart? What day was it today? I didn't remember it being November yet. And why the hell was I waking up at 8 o'clock at night? Had I been out for 20 hours? No, that was impossible. Being with Nanami had made me feel a lot less tense, but not so relaxed I could sleep for almost a full day. Maybe my phone was broken and showing the wrong time. I looked at the date on my computer clock. It said it was just past 8 on November 4th.
嘘だろ。嘘だよ。
I booted up my email software and internet browser at the same time and began to look around the news sites. They all had the same date, November 4th. Oh, There goes my mouse on the floor. Droopa droopa drop it drops. I read a bunch of articles too. One of them bothered me. Complaints surge as Savior fails to appear. A mysterious message was delivered backed by Yuri Brightman, would appear and use his powers to find the Nugent killer. The message was signed by none other than Yuri Brightman himself, and both TV Today and Mount Fuji TV decided to do live broadcast at 9 that night. This bold decision would unfortunately end poorly for them. The boy never appeared, and live footage showed nothing but angry crowds screaming in the Scramble Crossing Square. TV Today and Mount Fuji TV both had their customer service lines flooded with complaining callers. A press release issued by TV Today's Media Relations Department stated, between the earthquake and the Nugent cases, Shibuya is one of the most focused on spots in all of Japan right now. As custodians of the public airwaves, we decided the event was worth broadcasting live, even if the source was unreliable. We believe this decision was appropriate. It was dated October 28th, a week ago. Did it have anything to do with the message from Shogun? His message had told me to come to O-Front at 9. This couldn't be a coincidence. There was more. What was this? It didn't make any sense. The 6th Nugent case was supposed to be SMJK, right? And what the hell is the 7th case? DQN puzzle. When had that happened? I froze, staring at the Nugent site.
メールだよボケナス
Sayura's words brought me back to my senses. From the look of it, I had had so many messages that it had taken time to download them all. The software had only just now finished.
Ugh.
53 new messages, and they were all from Shogun. From the look of it, he was pissed off. I had never seen Shogun use language like this before. I'm going to kill you, you piece of shit. Is this some kind of joke? Don't mess with me on this. You think you're hot stuff? You disgust me. You think you can ignore me? I warned you. Why didn't you come? Sweat started to pour from every pore in my body as I sat there in terror and confusion. I clicked on the newest email. You ignore me for a full week? You honestly think you can get away with that? If that's how you want to play this, I guess it's going to be Nanami who pays the price. I might go overboard and kill her, but don't blame me, okay? It's your fault. What was going on here? What the hell was going on? Calm down. Don't lose control. Think. This has to be a delusion. That's right, a dream. It's just a dream. Before long, it would end, and then I would wake up. I would be back in the bed with Nanami. That was real. This wasn't. The sound of someone banging on the door echoed through the room. Someone was here. I held my breath and stared at the door. Silence. Nothing at all to indicate that someone was there. Just when I thought I was hallucinating. Another knock. I wasn't hearing things. Was it Shogun? Was he finally here to kill me? But instead I heard a surprising voice from the other side of the door.
Nami.
Why? I looked over at the bed. Nanami should have been sleeping there. There was a bulge in the white sheets after all.
Oi, Nanami. Okiro.
I climbed halfway up the ladder to the bed and tried to wake Nanami up. The sheets didn't move at all. Something was wrong.
Nanami!
I ripped off the sheets. What I saw was a bunch of boxes. Nanami wasn't there.
Eh?
My mind went blank. The bed hadn't been cleaned up. There was no way somebody could sleep here. It was just a bunch of boxes filled with manga and H-game packages. It was a storage space, just like it had been yesterday before Nanami cleaned it up. Nanami had cleaned it up yesterday. I looked around the room. It hadn't been cleaned at all. Why hadn't I noticed it when I had woken up? I was confused. My memories were all messed up. The voice outside the door again. Nanami's voice. Who was that Nanami? Where did the one who had been sleeping in my bed gone? What happened to the Nanami that I had found shaking naked outside my room? I didn't understand. Nothing made sense. I staggered over to the door on unsteady feet and then fell up against it. The door was padlocked from the inside. There was no way to leave if the padlock was closed. Nanami couldn't have left without me knowing it. It was impossible. I thought I was going to cry. There must be another one of Shogun's attacks, I thought. But I had to open the door. I could hear Nanami outside. She sounded so weak and helpless, and she was calling my name. I unlocked the padlock and slowly opened the door.
鬼。
Nanami was there. She was wearing her missing uniform. Her whole body was covered in blood. Her right hand was severed at the wrist. She was holding a sword I had never seen before, a D sword. She was looking at me with empty eyes. I was too shocked to speak.
どうしてあの時来てくれなかったの。1週間も待ってたのに。鬼助けてってずっと呼んでたのに。
This was a delusion. This was a delusion. This was a delusion.
右手が痛いの。返して7の右手。右手を返して。朝起きてから右手がちょっとズキズキするの。
Which was a delusion? Which was real? What was it I had been seeing? Who had I been talking to? What happened to that Nanami? Where had this Nanami come from?
鬼。
Suddenly I heard a voice behind me. In front of me I could see Nanami covered in blood, but I could hear her calling me from behind. I slowly turned around and Nanami was there. She was wearing the clothes I had given her, her right hand still attached at the wrist. There were 2 Nanamis.
そいつ誰。
The 2 Nanami said the same thing at the same time. Nanami looked at the other Nanami suspiciously, and Nanami looked at the other Nanami with tears in her eyes. Surrounded on both sides by Nanami's eye,
これは妄想だ。
I dropped to the ground and put my hands over my head. If this was a delusion, I hoped I woke up soon. This was horrible. It wasn't the kind of delusion I wanted, but I still didn't snap back to reality.
その偽物何なの。
The bloody Nanami slowly moved. She raised the D-sword. It was as big as she was, and terrible, almost painful to behold.
なんで偽物がお兄と一緒にいるの？そいつのせいでナナを助けに来てくれなかったの？ナナは偽物じゃないよ。そっちこそそんな変な剣持って偽物じゃん。
They both had Nanami's voice. They both had Nanami's face. They both called me brother. Which was real? Which was fake? Were both real? Were both fake?
偽物のくせにお兄から離れてよ。
The bloody Nanami swung the D-sword easily with her one hand. She was aiming it right at the neck of the unbloodied one. Nanami froze. Nanami's aim was true. The D-sword dug into Nanami's neck and passed right through. I had just seen the sword slice into the neck of the unbloodied Nanami, but no blood came forth. There was no injury. She was standing there just like she had been a moment ago. I had seen the other Nanami swing the D-sword. At the speed it was going, it should have chopped her head clean off.
やっぱり偽物。あ、ナナはなんで？偽物だからだよ。偽物じゃない。
Shut up.
お兄、離れて。そいつから離れて。違うよお兄。ナナはここにいるよ。
黙れよ。
I screamed. I couldn't take it anymore. None of this made any sense.
どっちかが妄想だ。僕の妹はナナミは二人は存在しないんだ。
I looked at both Nanamis in turn. They both looked like the Nanami I knew, so I turned to the one wearing the clothes I had given to her. I made a wish that this was the real Nanami. I wanted the one I had held so tightly in that bed to be the real Nanami. I wished, and I reached out my hand. I reached out my hand towards her face. I went to touch her cheek. But, just like the D-sword had done, my hand went up to her cheek and passed right through. Nanami was right there, but I couldn't touch her. I didn't feel a thing. It was like she was a hologram. I felt a sadness taking over my mind that I couldn't control. Huge tears started to fall down my face.
嘘だよ。ナナは偽物じゃないよ。ねえお兄、そうだよね。そうだって言ってよ。
Nanami came towards me. She went to give me a hug, but the Nanami in front of me had no real body of her own. Her body passed right through my hands.
違う。違うもん。ナナはここにいるもん。
Nanami's right hand gripped my left. I could feel it. It was gripping my own, weakly. Her body, her neck, her head, none of them were real, but her right hand was touching me.
化け物。
The bloody Nanami, the one missing her right hand, screamed.
お兄から今すぐ離れて。
She screamed, and then the strength drained from her body. She fell, still holding the D-sword. That Nanami was sweating terribly. The color had faded from her face. Of course it had. She had lost so much blood. She had even had her hand cut off. Of course she would collapse. A terrible thought came to me. I knew it was impossible, but it was the only thing I could think of that would answer what was going on. An answer out of a nightmare.
そうだよ。
A voice that wasn't Nanami's.
タクが今考えた通りなの。
On the other side of the fallen Nanami, standing outside the door, was
リミ。
Rimi Sakihara, holding a D-sword shaped like a pair of wings. Our eyes met. She was looking at me with such sadness in her eyes.
あなたが今右手を握っているそのナナちゃんはあなたがリアルブートしようとしている存在。
Real boot.
現実に耐えられなくなったあなたが産んだの。理想度を持ってるナナちゃんが本物なんだよ。嘘言わないでよ。ナナの方が本物だもん。たく、あなたはナナちゃんの切断された手首を見てショック状態になったの。そして妄想した。そんな手首は見てないって。ナナちゃんは5体満足で無事だって。
I hadn't seen any hand. Shogun had sent me a blood-stained cell phone, but that was all. Or had he sent a hand too? I just forced myself not to see it. Forced myself to have no awareness of it. And then that naked Nanami was something I created. And the real Nanami was the one lying on the ground in front of me with her right hand cut off after she had been captured by Shogun.
嘘だ。
本当なの。ねえタク、今すぐ妄想するのをやめて。あなたがしようとしていることは人間を一人丸々作り出すっていう恐ろしい行為なんだよ。あなたは今核兵器のエネルギーをも上回る力を使ってる。そのせいでこの1週間あなたはほとんど昏睡状態だった。自覚してないかもしれないけどタク、このままじゃ本当にこの世界に2人のナナちゃんがいることになるの。それにあなたがその妄想に力を使えば使うほど命の灯火が失われていく人がいるんだよ。だから
嘘だ。
ごめんね。あなたを守れなかった私の責任だよね。だけどお願い。辛いかもしれないけど現実を見て。今すぐ妄想を止めて。お兄、消さないで。これ以上妄想を続けるなら私があなたを殺す。
I knocked Nanami's hand away. I was tired of all this, sick of all this shit. I had no idea what to believe. Believe Rimi? Impossible. Believe the Nanami who was looking at me and crying? Impossible. Believe the Nanami lying on the ground, holding a D-sword? Impossible. Believe myself? Impossible. All I had ever wasted was something simple and small. To live in peace, to not have anybody bother me, to live quietly with Nanami, my sister. That was all I wanted. It was all I ever wished for. Was I not allowed to wish? Was I not even allowed that? Then, all of you can just disappear. This whole world can just disappear. And then I'll live inside my head, inside my delusions. Just me and Nanami. Not a real Nanami or a fake Nanami. Just Nanami.
僕は
I looked into Nanami's eyes. They were shining, wet with tears. Nanami was looking at me.
ナナミがいてくれればそれでいいんだ
And right after I said that, the world shook.
シャドウメルト。
My wish came true. The world was bathed in light white. It covered everything and blew everything away. I opened my eyes to see the ceiling of my shipping container. I was lying down on my bed. Had I been sleeping? It felt like I just had a very scary dream. A really, really awful dream. But it was just a dream. It didn't even matter if it was a dream or it was real. It didn't matter if it was real or a delusion. There was a weight and a softness at my chest. I looked down. Nanami was there. She was sleeping, resting her head on my chest. Our eyes met. She was looking at me. She was staring. Her eyes were dewy, her cheeks the color of cherry
昨
blossoms.
日の夜はありがとう。
At first I didn't know what she meant.
ナナの気持ち受け入れてくれて嬉しかった。お兄に愛してもらえて嬉しかった。お兄のこと今までよりずっと好きになっちゃった。
So this was like an H game then. I accepted the situation much more easily than I thought I would have. Nanami looked so cute, so beautiful. She wasn't just my sister. She was a beautiful girl.
これからもたくさんナナのこと愛してね。
だが断るって言ったら
I said, my old bad habits coming back. Nanami sat up and pouted.
もう真面目な話してるのにお兄のバカ。
She got out of the bed. I realized I had made a mistake and tried to figure out how I should apologize. Only then did I realize I was holding something in my hands. I brought it up to my face and realized it was a bangle. It wasn't the one I had given her before. It was fancier and cuter. It would look much better on her than the last one. I got out of the bed.
ナナミこれプレゼント
I put the bangle on her right wrist. For some reason it felt a little embarrassing, like I was giving her a wedding ring.
わあ、かわいいバングルだ。ナナにくれるの？
I nodded. She smiled and looked so happy.
大事にするね。
ナナミ、僕たちは
For her was overflowing, but for some reason it felt just a little sad. A hot tear fell down my cheek. Daydream. Reach Nanami's end. A little cringe, or more than a little cringe, because, yeah, that's, yeah. Okay, next up. Next ending. What shall we find next? Who knows?
視線が誰もいない。誰も動いていない。体が動かない。僕の名前は西条匠。17歳。水明学園2年。片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
I'm kind of curious if that one delusion, she was wearing a competition swimsuit. It specifically said that. So I'm curious if it changes because we chose a non-competition swimsuit now. Kind of curious. Socks over the knee or no, I don't remember. Have I chosen either one of these? Don't remember. I'll go ahead and go with yes, I guess. Maybe we'll get a new codex, or maybe not. I don't know why some of these aren't skipping automatically. They are the exact same line, so it's a little weird that's not skipping it automatically because we have seen that line before. Little weird. Little weird. Whose eyes are those? Okay, let's see. It's just a coincidence? No, it's not just a coincidence. It is not a coincidence at all. I'm not hallucinating. No, you are not. Whoever did it is inside. So, yep, they are inside the school. They're taunting me. Yep, yes, they are. I want to. Yes, you want to erase it. It's a nasty thing. You don't want to see it anymore. And so we have become onto Yua's story. You recognize it, right? Hello, what's gotten into you? Misumi walked up to me and grabbed me by the shoulders to shake me.
聞いてる？おい、青く。
Every word in that phrase was commonly used. It was just some stupid scribbling. I tried to tell myself that, but I started to feel really creeped out. In the end, I quickly erased them, hoping that nobody was watching me. Shibuya Station in the early morning has a very different face than it does during the day. There were very few teenagers. It was mostly company men and women in suits, packing the train cars full as they head from the station to their destinations. Somehow they seemed slow with exhaustion and in a hurry all at once. The students looked the same way, but there weren't that many Suimei Academy students around. To get to Suimei from the station, you had to walk for at least 20 minutes. You had to climb up Dogenzaka Hill too. Most Suimei students who used the trains got off at Shinsen Station, the station nearest the school. Yua Kusunoki, however, always chose to walk to school from Shibuya Station. She had to wake up a little early to do it, but she didn't mind. Shibuya Station was jam-packed with people, but once you went up Dogenzaka Hill, there weren't nearly as many pedestrians. Yua enjoyed walking in the fresh morning air. She also liked to watch the news on the big televisions outside Shibuya Station. This morning, like always, she was looking up at the big O-front TV as she waited for the signal to change. She gasped, shocked. Text ran from right to left across the bottom of the screen. When she read the text, third new generation case, the first thing she thought of was a boy's face. She had never met the boy, never talked to him. She had just seen his face yesterday morning, but that was more than enough for her to be sure that he was behind the new gen killings. She could remember what had happened clearly. It was at 7 on the previous day, inside Suimei Academy School building. No one else had arrived at school yet, and Yua was hurrying through the empty hallways. She had a stern look on her face, and her eyes were locked dead ahead. There was no hesitation in her stride. She stopped in front of a classroom. Outside of it was a sign reading 2C. She looked up at it once and went inside without even pausing for a moment. It wasn't her class. She was a third-year student, and normally she would have no reason to go inside this classroom. Normally, yes, but today she had a reason. She slowly looked around the empty room and then headed to the blackboard. She looked at the red, yellow, and white pieces of chalk for a moment before settling on a brand new piece of white chalk. Then she began to write something on the blackboard, taking care to make her handwriting look a little worse than it actually was. Whose eyes are those? She whispered the words she had written aloud. She set the chalk down and glanced around the classroom
あなた
again.
はどんな反応をするのかしら。
She whispered to no one in particular.
何の反応もしない。それともこれを見て驚く。もしも慌てて消そうとするなら、それはつまり。
She spoke softly, even though the classroom was empty.
あなたが殺したっていう証拠よ。隠れて見ているから。私は見ているから。あなたは私の顔なんて全く知らないだろうけど、私は知ってるわ。知ってるの。あなたの顔を知ってる。だから私はあなたを見ている。黒板に書かれた文を見て、あなたがどんな態度を取るのか、ちゃんと見ておくから。ね、西条匠くん。
She bit tightly down on her lip. After that, she killed time on the roof until it was time for the students of 2C to come to school. 10 minutes before homeroom, she went to the locker in front of class 2C and watched carefully to see if anyone reacted to the whose eyes are those that she had written. And just as she had expected, she saw a boy with a frightened look on his face, trying desperately to erase the words. She confirmed later that it was, in fact, Takumi Nishijo.
私は知ってるわ。知ってるの。あなたよ。あなたしかいない。
Her whispers were drowned out by an electronic sound that had been modeled after the chirping of pigeons. The crosswalk lights at Scramble Crossing had turned green. The waves of people began to surge forward once more. But Yua just stood there, unconcerned with the traffic she was blocking, looking up at the text on the huge TV above her.
コーラしかないじゃん。ミルク
Who the hell did Nanami think she was anyway? I hope you get sick from drinking too much soda and end up in the hospital. Then I won't have to worry about anybody interrupting my peaceful life. I wish that would really happen. Suddenly, Nanami started to moan. The plastic bottle slipped out of her hand, spilling soda on the floor. It splattered on the CDs and manga magazines lying there.
お前
I was about to tell her not to mess up my room, but then I gasped. She was holding her neck in pain, and her eyes had flared wide open. Her mouth was gaping open and closed like a fish's.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
ななみ
She spat up blood. It was red, dark red, almost black. It landed on the cola on the floor, mixing in with it. Then she collapsed to the ground, right on top of the mess. Her whole body began to spasm in pain. Her hands were ripping onto her neck as she tried to dig her nails into the skin. She flailed her legs as she rolled around on the floor, oblivious to the fact that I could see her panties. This wasn't a nice thing to think at all, but she seemed to me like a fish on a cutting board. I didn't know what to do at all, so I just covered my ears. I could still hear my little sister's dying screams. Eventually she stopped moving, her face covered in drool and blood and tears. I called out her name, afraid. There was no answer. She was lying on the floor in a terrible state. I could smell something like ammonia. Was it Nanami who had pissed herself? Or was it me? Slowly moved my hand forward to poke her shoulder. She didn't move at all. The very thought of doing it creeped me out, but I moved my head close to her mouth. She wasn't breathing. She was dead. Nanami was dead. It was a poisoning like you see on TV. It was then that I understood. I had put poison in the soda to kill Nanami. That had to be it.
なぜ殺したうえ
I knew it was my own delusion, but it still creeped me out. This one went way too far. Nanami might have been annoying, but I didn't need to have her die in such a realistic way. I could have at least settled for giving her the full Bako.
どうしたの？
Nanami finished drinking her soda and looked at me in
なん
confusion.
か顔色悪いけど。
I shook my head slightly.
ごめん
何が？
とにかくごめん
I'm sorry for doing weird things to you, even if it was just in my delusions. I'm really sorry. But it just goes to show how much frustration towards you is building up inside me. I want you to understand that.
別に謝らなくてもいいのに。ミルクティーがないくらいでナナ怒んないよ。それになんだかんだ言ってコーラも好きだし。
Wait, she drank my whole bottle of soda. I take it back. There was no need to apologize to Nanami. She could commit seppuku and die. Okay, so no, she still wears a competition swimsuit no matter what. So she gets the competition swimsuit and the other gets the non-competition, I guess, is the idea there. The more you know, the more you know. Yua Kusunoki had a twin sister, one born right after her, but she had died a month ago. It was suicide. A twin sister was, in a lot of ways, a part of yourself. The two of them were far closer than most siblings. She meant everything to Yua, and when she died, it was like losing half of herself. When she heard the news, she had cried and cried. She had laid down on the bed in her younger sister's room, looking for any trace of the girl who had lived there just the day before. Why did she die? Yua couldn't come up with a single reason. It wasn't suicide. Her sister would never do that. Somebody had killed her. As her sadness deepened, she became more and more sure of it. Maybe there was a message from her sister somewhere that she hadn't noticed. Feeling a little guilty, she began to look through her sister's things. She found a diary, and in it were the words, "Whose eyes are those?" It was an SOS from her sister. It had to be, but she had no idea what it meant. In desperation, she decided to search for it on the internet. That led her to something. The National Elementary School Essay Contest. It was something the Ministry of Culture had held 6 years ago. The winning essay was titled, "Whose Eyes Are Those?" The author's name was written on the page too, Takumi Nishijo. He would have been in 5th grade at the time, but she couldn't imagine what the relationship between her sister and this Takumi Nishijo was. It seemed to be a dead end. Her chance to investigate further came suddenly. Yua would always pass by Shoto Park on her way to school. Twice a week or so she would see a lonely-looking boy eating a pastry while sitting on a park bench. As she looked at him sitting there, forlorn, for some reason he began to intrigue her. One day she was going to school alongside a classmate she happened to run into at the station, and she saw him on the bench in his usual spot. When her classmate saw her interest in him, this is what she said.
あいつ2年の西条っていう子らしいよ。弟が同じクラスでさ、引きこもりのキモオタなんだって。楠木、あんなやつに興味持つのやめときなよ。
Nishijo. Nishijo was a very unusual name. This couldn't be a coincidence. Yua quickly got her hands on a student roster for the second-year classes. She found what she was looking for, that name, Nishijo Takumi. But there was still a chance that it might be a different person who just happened to have the same name. So Yua decided to test him. Whose eyes are those? When she wrote those words on the blackboard, he seemed to panic. And it was right after that when the crucified killing occurred, and someone on the net leaked a witness statement that a Suimei Academy student had been seen running from the scene. Yua was sure of it now. There was something suspicious about Nishijo Takumi. He might have been the one who killed her sister.
「ここは病気や怪我だけじゃなくて心にも効く病院なんだよ。
あの人に調べてもらえれば。
今日はどうしました？ん？おお、高階です。はじめまして。無遊病かどうか何かあったのかな？
別にいいじゃん。先生が覚えてようが覚えてなかろうが関係ないっしょ。最初の目的を忘れちゃダメ。
自分でも知らない。
おお。
知り合いから。
その知り合いの人が。
わかりません。
なるほど。ちなみに。いや、言い方が。その知り合いの人は君が。じゃあ証拠はないわけだ。
そいつ。
そういうこと。ちなみにこれも。
いえ。
朝目覚めたら。
いえ。
じゃあその知り合いに言われたのが初めて。
僕。
もしかして怖いのか？
いや、その。
葉月くん、ちょっと。
はい。
Feels weird that we got an achievement for making her wear glasses, but there hasn't been one for not wearing glasses. Maybe that's just me. I thought maybe if I just slow clicked it and didn't fast through, it would trigger. Maybe it was just messing with the. Maybe just fast skipping was messing with it, but it doesn't look like it. There is just simply not an achievement for not having her wear glasses. There's only an achievement for having her wear them. That feels weird to me, but okay. Very specific achievement there, I guess.
ねえ、ない。 よし、つながった。
Shogun. Shogun must have brought them all here. They were all being mind controlled. They were all hoping I would jump off and die. I could feel an overwhelming surge of negative emotions slam into me. Wasn't there anybody on my side? Suddenly, I heard a voice call my name in the crowd. It was a voice I had heard many times before, a voice I knew well, the voice of the only person in the world who was on my side. I wasn't hallucinating it. I wasn't hearing things. It was Remy. Remy was calling to me from somewhere. Where? Where was she? I searched for her as hard as I possibly could, but there were too many people. There was no way to pick out a single person from this crowd, especially from all the way up here. I let my head fall forward, helplessly. As it fell, my eyes saw what was right below me. There was a girl there waving both hands and looking up.
Remy!
She was there. She was right there. She came to save me. I was so happy. Everything would be okay now. I nodded again and again. My vision was blurring from the tears. I kept wiping them away rather than lose sight of her for an instant. But when I looked back to where I had seen her waving her hands, something was wrong. For some reason the crowd was closing in around her. The wave of black heads started to swell, with her at its center. Several DQNs started to reach out and grab her. She tried to shake them off, but there were too many people to escape. It was like being in a packed train at morning rush hour when there were too many people around to even move.
よせ、リミに手を出すなよ。
I could hear her faint scream. The crowd around began to get bolder and swelled in number even more. Finally, they began to pull at her clothes. One stripped away her jacket.
やめろよ。そんなエロゲみたいなことやめて。リミ逃げて。そこから逃げろ。それで早く僕を助けに来て。
Nobody heard my prayer. The crowd around her kept growing and growing, and she was helpless before them. Several of the men tore off her clothes, pulled at her hair, and dragged her down the street. Finally, she disappeared beneath the black mountain of people. The DQNs were swarming around the spot where she had disappeared, like hyenas around an animal's carcass. Oh no, they were going to Remy. The filthy hands of the mind-controlled DQNs that Shogun had brought had tainted her purity forever. And then, after they raped her, they would kill her. I started to cry. I bit down hard on my lip. I wasn't crying out of sadness or frustration at what had happened to her. I was crying in fear at the realization that now every single person here was my enemy. There was no way I could escape now.
きり言ってあげる。ナナミッチが死んだっていいじゃん。タッキーは自分の命よりナナミッチの命の方が大事なの？
Nanami. Nanami's my little sister. I care
で
about
も
her.
突き詰めれば他人っしょ。死んだら悲しいけどそれだけ。タッキーに何か害が及ぶ？
No.
自分の命と他人の命とどっちが大事？死んだらさ、世界が終わるんだよ。タッキーにとっての世界が終わるのわかる？死んだらあとは何も残らない。死後の世界なんてない。天国もない。生まれ変わることもない。ただタッキーっていう一人の動物の生命活動が終わって、タッキーはもう世界を観測できなくなるんさ。それって世界が終わるってことっしょ？つまりさ、タッキーが死んだらタッキーが観測してたナナミッチもどうせ消えるってことなんだよ。ナナミッチだけじゃない。リミッチもアヤセッチも、それにアタシもみんな消える。でもナナミッチが死んだだけならタッキーは消えないで済むし、タッキーの世界も消えないで済むんさ。ブラチューの最終回もちゃんと見られるし、来年発売予定のブラチューのゲームも私の新作フィギュアもちゃんと買える世界が残るんさ。ねえタッキー、死にたい？死にたくない？それにしても驚いた。
Hazuki's eyes were wide open, and she was looking at me closely.
まさか西条さんが目覚めるなんて。
She was making it sound like it would be strange for me to wake up. Or was that a joke? Was she trying to say that a loser like me would be better off spending the rest of his life asleep, so he didn't bother anybody else? If even my nurse was trying to tell me I was a loser, maybe I would be better off dead. But Hazuki's words were the exact opposite of what I had expected.
あなたはこの1ヶ月近くずっと昏睡状態だったんですよ。原因不明のまま眠り続けていたんです。
What? When was 1 month ago?
今日って。
落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。今日は10月28日です。
October 28th. That matched with my memories perfectly. 1 month ago would have been the day that I witnessed the crucified murder. I fell silent in pure shock.
あ、そうだ。先生に伝えないといけませんよね。こんなにのんびり検温してる場合じゃなかったわ。ここで待っていてくださいね。すぐに先生を呼んできますから。
She ran out of the room in a hurry before I had a chance to even speak.
僕が1ヶ月昏睡状態だった。
I whispered, staring down at my hands. Did that mean that everything that had happened in the past month was all a dream? That would certainly be a surprising ending, but it didn't bother me. I should have found it harder to accept, but strangely, I didn't. All that stuff about the D-swords and delusions becoming reality, all that was impossible when I thought about it. It was all a hallucination, just a delusion I had made up. It was a shame that my meeting with Rimi was just a dream. But Shogun wasn't trying to kill me. all of Japan wasn't laughing at me, and Remy hadn't been kidnapped.
よかった。
Just when my vision started to blur from tears building up in my eyes, and I had tilted my head upward to keep them from overflowing, Hazuki came in, looking a little surprised.
西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
She smiled gently at me. I couldn't move. I was too
お体
confused.
の調子はどうですか？
She offered me a thermometer. I took it without really thinking about what was going
体
on.
温を測ってくださいね。
I gulped a little as I took the thermometer. It was the same. This was the same thing that had happened just a moment ago. Hazuki was acting like she had just come into this room for the first time. I patted my armpit gingerly, scared at what I might find. I had just put the thermometer under it a second ago, but it wasn't there. The other thermometer was gone. Was what I just experienced a delusion? How much was a delusion and how much was reality? Was Shogun still trying to kill me? Was the entire country laughing at me? Instantly, I started to feel miserable and depressed. Which meant I jerked my head up towards the sky. Was this an audio attack from Shogun? Was he reading my mind?
将軍、ん？
He was attacking me from satellite orbit. I dropped to the ground, holding my hands over my head to protect me. He was going to kill me. This time he was really going to kill me. I hadn't done what he wanted at Ofront, and now he was mad and coming after me. What should I do? Where could I go to escape him? Then I realized just how screwed I was. There was nowhere to run. He could attack me with an invisible weapon from space, anywhere on Earth. It could almost certainly penetrate through any kind of covering. For as long as I was in Japan, at least, there was nowhere to run or hide. I was finished. It was over for me.
コズピーのこと怖い？
What the hell is a Kozupi? Are you trying to make me let my guard down with that moe anime voice? Why? Why are you stalking me?
付け狙ってなんてないのら。
What are you going to do to me? Blow up my head, melt my brain out my ears, or just kill my brain and turn me into a vegetable? Please, no, I don't want to die. As I crouched on the ground, shivering in fear, someone poked me on the shoulder. I looked up, trembling, and the transfer student was still there. As she poked me, she tried to whisper something, but seemingly failed. Instead, she nervously raised her hand.
コズピーがコズピーなのら。コズピーがコズピーなの。それとコズピーは転校生じゃなくて折原梢なのら。
Kozue Orihara. I vaguely remembered hearing the name a long time ago from Misumi. Kozue. Kozue. Kozupi. No way. So you're sending this voice directly inside my head. She nodded again and again as hard as she could.
テレパシー。
仕組みはよくわかんないのら。でもできるの。
That's impossible.
だから価値はなくないよ。
Why would Kozupi have a D sword?
ってコズピーは
She turned to face me, an innocent smile still on her face.
将軍さんの手下だもん。
The huge snowboard-like blade, it whipped through the air in a flash.
え
I couldn't understand what had just happened to me. It was all over before I could react. Kozupi was holding the D-sword tight to her tiny body, embracing it. There was blood stuck to it.
たくみさん。
And then, in an instant, my body twisted. I felt like I was going to fall forward and tried to move my right leg out to stay upright. But my legs refused to move. I couldn't feel the bottom half of my body, but I felt an intense heat near my
あ
waist.
れ
I collapsed, falling forward. My body wasn't doing what I told it to. I lifted myself up just a little with my hands, turning to look back at my body in confusion. Crimson blood poured from my waist. My intestines stuck out, slick and wet. Pink bits of flesh clung to exposed white bone. A sliced open body. You know, it didn't feel like it could be mine.
嘘でしょ。
I looked up at Kozupi, unable to believe what I was seeing. Her eyes were filled with mockery as she slowly brought the D-sword to her mouth, and with her cute tongue, slowly, as if she wanted to make sure I saw, she licked it like a lollipop.
で
My own delusion was making me sick, but I couldn't say for sure that wouldn't become real. I took a few steps back from Kozupi, just in case the worst happened. I made sure I was ready to go at any time. Kozupi was walking around the shop holding her sword as if she had no idea how I felt at all. She wasn't making any efforts to hide the weapon at all. Senna had been the same way. I had seen her carrying her gigantic D-sword down the middle of Shibuya without any regard for the people around her. They were far too calm about it. Even if Kozupi wasn't working for Shogun, there was still something wrong with her.
あのよかったらどうぞ。
Ban arrived at Frisia 30 minutes after the time Momose requested he be there.
ちょっとばんちゃん遅いじゃないの。
Momose yelled as soon as he arrived. Ban shrugged and gave her a half-hearted smile as he walked over to her desk. He hadn't brought her any sweets today, a decision which he was beginning to regret.
あら、つばちゃんは？
今日は別行動。
若い子をこき使ってばんちゃんは楽してるわけね。
いやいや、俺もちゃんとやってるよ。昨日だって徹夜でいろいろ調べてたんだぜ。おかげで最近の女子高生の生態についてはかなり詳しくなった。
あんたね、呆れて物も言えないわ。
で、こうして俺を呼びつけたってことは、あの子と連絡取れたってこと？
今来てるわ。
さすがももちゃん。ちなみに可愛い子かい
Momose gave the grinning Ban a slap on the head. She put her wrist into it too, and it hurt pretty
い
bad.
つまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよ、エロ親父。
冗談だって。
Ban had asked Momose for a favor. He had wanted to talk to somebody involved in the new Jin cases directly, and had asked Frisia to make it happen. His questions were, for the moment, not going to be directly linked to the police investigation. He couldn't talk to her in an official capacity, at least not without somehow getting the rest of the team involved. Momose headed for a corner of the office, motioning for Ban to follow her. There was a small space there, surrounded by shelves lined with files. The space served as a meeting room for talking with clients. There were 2 sofas, each with room for 2 people, and both far too big for the cramped little area. When Ban followed Momose inside, he saw a girl sitting there. She was wearing a Suimei Academy uniform. Her shoulders were slumped and she was looking down. She looked
ごめん
exhausted.
ね、お待たせしちゃって。
The girl looked up in surprise when Momose spoke. Her glasses fell forward a little, and she adjusted them with her fingers.
あ、いえ、平気です。
She looked a little scared as she bowed shallowly to Ban. He was kind of hurt by this. Ban always tried his hardest to try and come off as unthreatening. He realized, though, that he still must be giving off the intimidating air of a professional police officer, though. It's something he would have to keep working on, he realized.
楠木優愛さんだね。
はい。
亡くなった美和さんの双子の姉。それで間違いないかな。
Yua flinched a little before nodding. The first Newton case was the group dive. One of the victims who had jumped was a girl named Mia Kusunoki.
まあ、そんな緊張しなさんな。君を取り調べようなんて思っちゃねえんだ。雑談程度に思ってよ。本題に入る前に、ちょっと聞いていいかい？ゆあちゃんは妹さんが亡くなったことについてどう思う？
ちょっとばんちゃん。
あ、悪いね。職業病ってやつか。気を使うような言い方できなくってな。ただ、気になってたんだ。捜査本部でも話題になってたんだが、楠木美也さんの遺族は奇妙だって。
ばあちゃん。
いえ、いいんです。
Momose had almost leapt out of her chair at Ban's rude question, but Yua herself stopped her.
私もおかしいって思いますから。
ああ。
集団ライブで飛び降りた5人には自殺する理由なんてなかった。家族や友人はみんなそう主張している。だがミヤさんの家族だけは違った。
man took his fan out of his belt and began to wave it at his face.
何も主張しなかった。あっさり受け入れたって聞いてる。あまりに何も言わなさすぎて奇妙だったってな。なんでだい？
お父さんもお母さんもミヤちゃんが死んでからおかしくなっちゃったんです。
There was pain in her voice.
最初はミヤちゃんの事件の知らせを受けた日はそれでも泣いていたんです。お父さんもお母さんもとても辛そうでした。でも次の日の朝、なぜか2人は楽しそうに笑っていたんです。ミヤちゃんが死ぬ前と全く同じに戻ってたんです。たった1日で。私わけがわからなくて、2人はミヤちゃんのこと忘れようとしてるんじゃないかって思って。そうしたらお父さんが笑いながら「お前に妹なんていないよ」って。ミヤちゃんが残した洋服とか靴とかを見せても全然取り合ってくれないんです。それはお前のために予備で買ってあったものだって。そうやってお父さんたちはニュースからも警察の話からも目を背けて、記憶からミヤちゃんのことを消し去ろうとしてるんです。
つまり双子じゃなかったことに。
それで警察にもうちは一人っ子だって言って追い返してたわけか。
私とミヤちゃんは一卵性で見た目は瓜二つなんですけど、あの子は、妹は親から嫌われていました。あの子はいつも自分の気持ちを押し殺して私のことを一番に考えてくれていたんです。
As Yua talked, she remembered memories of her old life. For example, one year when she was in elementary school, her parents had bought her a present, a single giant stuffed bear. Yua was excited, but Mia said she didn't like stuffed animals and ignored it. Her parents had disliked how Mia refused to act like a little child should. Still, Yua had quietly offered to share the stuffed animal with her, but Mia had refused. "I don't need a stuffed animal. You can have it," was all she had said. A month or so later, though, when Yua had gotten tired of the stuffed animal, she had woken late at night to see something surprising. Mia was holding the stuffed bear and talking to it with such a happy look on her face. Yua had never seen her sister look so happy. It was only then that Yua realized her sister was lying about not wanting the bear. She had been lying so that her sister could have it all to herself. The next day, Yua looked under Mia's pillow and found a cute picture of a bear she had drawn. Mia had been sleeping with it in her arms after Yua got tired of the stuffed animal. Things like that had happened over and over again for the last 18 years. It was always Yua who blew out the candles on the birthday cake. Mia would say, "That's stupid, I'm not doing it," and her parents would get angry. Yua had made it into Suimei Academy, a private school, but Mia had deliberately behaved badly in class, lowering her grades and making sure she got sent to a public one. Her parents hadn't had the money to send both of them to private schools. No matter what Yua tried to do for Mia, Mia would always put her big sister first, even if it meant making other people hate her.
私は結局ミヤちゃんの優しさに甘えて、今まで自分だけいい思いをしてきました。ミヤちゃんがいなくなって初めて、もっとあの子のために何かできることがあったはずだってすごく後悔して、私が代わりに死んであげればよかった。しかも挙句に親に存在そのものを忘れられてしまうなんて。 こんなのあんまりです。あんまりにも悲しいです。
That was all the talking she could do. She took off her glasses and put her hands over her eyes as she began to cry. Momose sat next to her, kindly patting her on the back.
それでゆあちゃんは一人で事件のことを調べていたらしいの。ミアちゃんに一体何があったのか知るためにね。
そりゃあ大変だったろ
そして一人の人物を突き止めた。
あ
Momose looked over to Ban, still holding Yua
西
close.
条匠くんよ。
なるほどね。
Ban stroked the stubble on his chin and leaned forward.
いつだったか西条と追跡劇をしてたっていう女子高生の話は所轄のデカから聞いたんだが、もしかしてゆあちゃんだったりする？
She nodded, looking like she was sorry.
あー興味あるな。詳しく聞かせてもおうと思ったけどちょっとごめんよ。
Ban chuckled and bobbed his head at Yua and Momose. He had been cut off by the sound of his phone, coming from within his suit pocket. He quickly took it out and looked at the LCD screen. It was showing Sua's name.
もしもし、どうした？
先輩、7番目っす。
なんだと？
Sua's voice was tense. Ban could hear the sound of other police officers frantically running around him. From the sound of it, Sua was at the station.
ニュージェネ第7の事件が起きたんすよ。
Ban's eyes went wide, and then he bit his lip bitterly. Momose and Yua could tell from his demeanor that something had happened, and were looking at him, worried.
会社は3人、友人同士らしいっす。3人とも胴体から体が切断されてて、それぞれの上半身と下半身を別々に入れ替えてテグス、スリートっすね。それで縫い付けられてたっす。それと額にそれぞれ Q、D、N って読める傷が。
何かのメッセージか？
さあ、そこまでは。それと気になることが。司法解剖の結果分かったんすけど、外車の胴体の切断部はノコギリとか包丁とかそういう刃物で切断されたものじゃないって。
どういう意味だ？
なんか強い力で引きちぎられたそうっす。
引きちぎられた。
Ban repeated to himself as he scratched his head violently with the hilt of the fan.
まるで怪獣だな。あるいは最近流行りの魔法使いとかな。
先輩、それマジで言ってんすか？映画オタクの自分でもさすがにその意見には同意しかねるっす。
単なる例えだ、バカな。映画らさっさと捜査に戻れ。
He hung up the phone. By the time Yua finished her conversation with Momose and Ban, left Frisia, the sky was dark. She had told them everything she had suspected about Takumi Nishijo, and showed them all the research she had done. A police detective and the head of a private investigation company, if the two of them could be persuaded, the police might go to arrest Nishijo Takumi, or at least she had hoped so. Nishijo Takumi needed to be arrested. She knew how much he was suffering, so she wanted him to turn himself in. But since he wasn't willing to, she would have to get the police to arrest him. That had been what she had thought anyway. But surprisingly, Ban had told her that Nishijo Takumi wasn't a suspect anymore. It was unbelievable, something she didn't want to accept. Why would they refuse to believe her theory? It was so clear that Nishijo Takumi was behind the murders. Yua bit her lip and headed toward the station at a fast pace. She needed to get home and do more research. She needed to find proof they couldn't ignore. Then she would show it to Ban and prove she was right.
あれ、楠木さんところのお嬢さんじゃないっすか。
Someone called her name out of nowhere. She jerked a little and then stopped moving. Shibuya's not safe these days. Girls, make sure you're not alone out at night. She remembered the teacher telling her that during her homeroom and froze stiff. The man who had called out to her was young and friendly looking.
確かゆあちゃんっすよね。
String
She
elements.
recognized
Said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
she recognized him from somewhere, but she couldn't remember where.
覚えてないっすか。自分、諏訪守って言います。ほら、こういうものっすよ。
He pulled out a police badge from his pocket, just high enough for her and nobody else to see. Then he quickly put it away.
集団ダイブの後、一度楠木さんのお宅に伺ったことありますよ。その時にゆあちゃんともいろいろお話ししたんすけどね。
すいません、思い出しました。その説はどうも。
Yua bowed to him. She had been a mess after the incident. She didn't remember his face at all, but she did remember a detective who was nice enough to listen to everything she had to say. That was the conversation where she had realized how bizarre her sister's death was. In that respect, she was grateful to him.
さっきまでバン刑事と一緒だったんじゃないですか。
バンさんとお知り合いなんですか？
そりゃ同じ警視庁捜査一課っすから。自分の先輩っすよ。いつも怒られてます。よっぽど若い女の子と話せるのが嬉しかったんすね。ここだけの話っすけど、今日ゆあちゃんと会うって自分に教えてくれた時の先輩、鼻の下伸ばしちゃってどう見てもスケベ親父って感じだったっす。できれば自分も同席したかったんすけど、捜査から抜け出せなくて。そうそう、ゆあちゃんのご両親には連絡行ってるんすかね。多分行ってると思うんすけど。どうかな。
連絡と言いますと？
いや、集団ダイブのね、犯人が使ったと思われる遺留品が見つかったんすよ。
本当ですか
Yua hadn't heard anything about this. She found herself edging closer to him.
どんなものだと思うっすか？最近別の事件でマスコミが散々取り上げてるんで有名だと思うんすけど、なんとダーススパイダーのヘルメットっす。
それを集団ダイブの犯人もかぶっていたんですか？
そう、ネットに事件の様子を撮影したビデオが流出したっすよね。あれを解析した結果分かったんすよ。それにしてもダーススパイダーといえば例の渋谷エスパー騒動の少年が有名っすよね。西條匠くんでしたっけ。なんで彼が集団ダイブの犯人と同じようにダーススパイダーのヘルメットを持ってたんすかね。
When she heard those words, black emotions welled up inside her. It was something like certainty now. Just a bit ago, Ban and Momose had been telling her that her theory was wrong. The fact that they would rejected it only made her more certain now that this was the final piece of the puzzle.
さてと、それじゃあ自分フリージアに行くんで、この辺で失礼します。
After he was finished talking, Sua waved and walked off. Yua was left alone. She stood there unmoving, head slumped
彼
forward.
らは
She whispered softly to no one in
彼
particular.
なの。やっぱり彼だった。彼しかいない。彼に間違いない。彼が妹を殺したのよ。彼がミアを殺したのよ。
Hey, hey, Nightheart. I've been waiting. We got new nice guy. Oh, wait. Does it turn off the auto skip or is this just new? I think this is new. We've got what? Too lazy to find AA. New gen dude, new gen. Is this new? New gen equals nice guy? It shouldn't be that hard to figure out, right? Anyway, it's here. Okay, yeah, so skip is on. So this is new. The 7th murder. Another one, another new gen murder. How long was this going to keep happening? Would the next one be the one where they finally got me? Or the one after that? Anyway, had Grimm gotten a job at the new gen advertising division or something? He was constantly telling me about them whenever one happened. Once again, he had posted a bunch of links to news sites too. This must have been his way of telling me to look at them. I clicked the link and bit down hard on my lip. A new gen. DQN. This isn't new gen. The cops are idiots. You trying to say that we DQN hating at-channers are behind it? The way they rip the bodies apart and put them back together is kind of like a puzzle. I wish they would replace my top half with that of a hot guy. Get that fake psychic Nishijo to tell you who's behind it. It's the new generation madness and I can't bear it.
今日午前4時50分ごろ、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の他殺死体が鉄柱に吊り下げられているのを通りかかった新聞販売員の男性が発見しました。警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのはいずれも渋谷区に住む無職藤田康平さん、大学生の安沢三郎さん、とび職の高木亮さんの3人です。3人とも胴体の部分が切断され、それぞれの上半身と下半身が別々に入れ替えられて糸で縫合されていました。3人の額にはそれぞれ謎の傷がつけられており、警察では犯人からのメッセージではないかと見て調べています。渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて捜査を続けています。
The last video I saw showed the faces of the 3 murdered men. I recognized their faces.
あいつらだ。昨日僕に絡んできた。
I gave them my wallet, but they still attacked me anyway. I passed out, and when I woke up, Kozupi was there. The 3 of them were covered in blood. I took my wallet out of my pocket and stared at it. When I had woken up, Kozupi was holding my wallet, and she had given it back to me. Could she be the one who... No, that wasn't right. When I had seen them last, their faces were smashed up, and they were covered in blood, but they certainly weren't sliced in half. They had been killed after Kozupi and I had left. Was it Shogun? Was he taunting me? Telling me that I was next? There was a chance that Shogun would come back. He seemed to be coming after me as some sort of game, which meant the next quest might start whenever he felt like it. That scared me. Remy, help me. Where had she gone? Wasn't she supposed to protect me? Somebody was here. I looked at the clock on the computer. It was just after 8 in the evening. Who could be coming at this hour? Remy. It had to be Remy. She had finally come to save me. She had said she would stay with me. Of course she would come. She would certainly take her time, though. I hurried to the door, feeling that salvation was at hand. I undid the padlock, locking the door from the inside, and then I flung open the door. I tried to say Remy's name, but suddenly somebody put a hand over my mouth. In an instant I started to panic. I didn't even get to see who it was. I tried to knock the hand away, but before I could, they pressed their body weight against me, and I started to stagger backwards. I tried as hard as I could to stay standing. I flailed my hands about, trying to stay upright. I lowered my head and bit their hand as hard as I could. Whoever they weren't saying a word. They kept trying to press themselves up against me. I was biting pretty hard, but their hand wasn't budging. They pushed me back and tripped me, and I fell, unable to stay upright anymore. I hit the back of my head hard and almost passed out. My vision was swimming, and I couldn't even tell what position I was lying on the floor in. They still had their hand up against my mouth. It was hard to breathe. As my mind started to slip into the darkness, I used all the energy I had to look up at the face of the person in front of me. Yua. That's right. I had forgotten about her. I had been so focused on Shogun that I had forgotten about her, his servant. Panic seized me. I struggled and tried as hard as I could to escape, but Yua's whole body weight was on top of me, and I couldn't get up. A girl was pressing herself up against me, but there was no time to get horny over it. I didn't have it in me to enjoy the feeling of her body. The only thing in my mind was an instinctive fear that if I didn't run, I would be killed. There was a little trickle of blood falling from her hand where I had bitten her, but she was still pressing as hard as before. Her hands were incredibly strong. She was pressing my jaw as hard as she could, and even digging her nails into my cheek. I was hit by a stabbing pain. I could hear her whisper between ragged breaths, and I shivered. I grabbed a tuft of her long hair and yanked it, trying to fight back. She winced, but she still didn't get off. With her open hand, she grabbed the hand I was using to pull her hair and dug her nails into it too. It hurt so bad I let go. When I did, she pinned my hand to the floor. Her glasses had tilted slightly on her nose during our struggle. I could see tears in her eyes from when I pulled her hair, but her eyes were endlessly cold as she stared at me, just like at Shoto Park. What was she talking about? Was she still saying I was the new Jin killer? I didn't kill anybody. She was the one who was here to kill me. Staring back into her cold gaze was terrifying. I learned at that moment that you shouldn't lock eyes with crazy people. There are some eyes that are just abnormal, insane. I looked away, praying to wake up from this nightmare, but her face got closer. I could feel her unsteady breathing on my cheeks. Her breath was so hot. She was so close that even if I looked away, she would still be in my field of vision. I thought about giving her a headbutt, but I was pinned too tightly to try. DID, dissociative identity disorder, multiple personalities. That's what she had said at Cafe when we had fought like this. But that was just her delusion. How could you know more about me than I knew about
西条
myself?
くんまだ知らないの？自覚できていないの？何も知りませんでしたって許されると思ってるの？今まで何度も忠告してきたのにどうして聞いてくれないの？あなたの中にはもう一人の人格、将軍がいる。その人格は許されないことをしているの。これ以上放置はできない。これ以上人殺しはさせない。あなたは早く病院へ行って治療すべきよ。それが嫌だと言うなら、私はあなたを警察に突き出す。将軍を放置することは西条くんの罪よ。あなたも人殺しに加担しているんだって理解した。
I can't understand
理
that.
解できるよね。
I haven't killed
理
anybody.
解してもらわなきゃ困る。
I don't have multiple
理解す
personalities.
べき。
Multiple personalities only exist in manga and novels. I refuse to accept it.
私はあなたと話がしたいの。聞こえているんでしょ？将軍。
Shogun's not me. It's a real person, a different person. He uses a wheelchair and shows up at weird times. And he's always reading my mind. And he's got a voice like a little kid and wrinkled skin like an old man. He's my enemy. He's not me. Just the thought makes me sick. And wait, didn't Yua work for Shogun? I had thought she did. But it looked like she really thought I was
西
Shogun.
条くん、自重して。あなたは少し眠っていて、将軍にその体を渡して。
I can't do that. I don't have multiple personalities. I tried to tell her that, but with her hand over my mouth, all that came out were muffled groans.
出てきて。出てきて。出られないの？出てこられるはずよ。出たいでしょ。出てこい。人殺し。
I started to cry. My body went limp. I didn't have the strength to resist. I was just tired. Why? Why does all this stuff have to happen to me? Why does she have to say all this crap to me? What did I ever do to you? This wasn't fair. This crazy, delusional woman was stalking me, and there was nobody here to save me. Was she going to kill me here? Even if I did make it through today, there was no guarantee I would survive tomorrow. Shogun could appear at any moment. Was I going to have to spend the rest of my life living in fear and jumping at shadows? Please, no, I don't want to keep living this life. Maybe I'll be better off going crazy. Maybe I'll be better off dead.
どうして泣くの？
She slowly took her hand off my mouth. She lifted her body off my chest. With the weight gone, I felt a lot
将
better.
軍が出てきたの？
I shook my head limply.
うんざりなんだ。いっそ殺せ。
殺さない。私が殺させない。あなたは罪を償うべきなのよ。そして真実を語るべき。死んで逃げることは許さない。許さないわ。許すわけにはいかないの。
将軍は別にいる。ニュージェネの犯人はそいつだよ。
将軍はあなたよ。あなたなの。あなたしか考えられない。
Nothing I said was getting through to her. She was only interested in her own ideas. She was convinced they were completely right. There was no sense in resisting.
将軍、出てきて。出てきてよ。出てきてって言ってるでしょ。どうして出てこないの？あなたがそこにいるのは分かってるのよ。絶 対に将軍を引き出してみせるわ。私は諦めないから。それまで絶対に逃がさないから。
Suddenly, she stood up and closed the container's open door. She leaned over and picked up the padlock and locked it. Then she put the key in her uniform pocket. What was she doing? What was this girl thinking?
逃がさないから。
She whispered coldly, as if she was talking to herself, not me. There were a lot of fast food spots in Shibuya, but all of them were filled with young people. It took a lot of courage for a middle-aged man to come there alone. You felt out of place, like you didn't belong. Yasuji Ban thought these things to himself as he sat there drinking his coffee. Surrounding him were groups of teenagers talking happily. The coffee in the paper cup was already cold. There was a clear plastic file on his table. Inside was a vast number of memos he had taken, and a few copies he had made of the official investigation reports. Of the latter there weren't very much. He had been here for an hour, alone, going over his notes again. As for why he was doing it in such a public place, just the other day he had been taken off the New Gen task force, but he was still investigating it on his own. The copies he had made, which of course were certainly not to be removed from the police building, had several images attached to them. The images showed one of the victims of the group dive, the first New Gen case, Mia Kusunoki. Ban had taken an interest in her after speaking with her older sister, Yua, yesterday. After what she had said about Mia, he had decided to look into her himself. Originally, he was focused on the rumors about the strange girl with the sword that were going around Shibuya, and this was only a secondary concern. But after going through all the documents, something felt strange. There were little things which, when viewed in isolation, were easy to miss. Maybe they didn't matter. Maybe they had nothing to do with the case. But when viewed as part of the whole, they just felt wrong. The feeling was especially strong after hearing what Yua had said yesterday. He looked at the document in front of him. It read, "After the dive, glasses were found among Mia Kusunoki's possessions." That was what bothered him. He thought through all the things the task force had found during its investigations. He took a sip of his coffee and sighed. Not a single picture of Kusunoki Mia taken before she died showed her wearing glasses. It was always Yua, her older sister, who wore glasses. He had the results of Mia's physicals, too. They all showed her with a vision of 1.5 in both eyes. There was no reason at all for her to wear glasses. Unlike her social butterfly of a sister, Mia Kusunoki was a quiet girl who liked anime. That matched with what Kusunoki Yua had said about her. The kids who had died in the group dive were all friends, but according to the information he had, they hadn't met in real life until the day they had died. They were all internet friends who had decided to meet up in real life. Of course, their online conversations had all been tracked down and analyzed. There was nothing in them to indicate that they were going to commit suicide. And several hours before the incident, two teenage girls, likely twins, had been seen entering a fast food place in Shibuya. Ban looked around. The fast food restaurant where they had been seen was this one. He had talked to the witness, an employee here, just a little while ago. They had talked for a while before they had gone into the bathroom together. They hadn't come out for 10 minutes or so. What had they been doing in the bathroom? He stared at the girl's bathroom for a few moments before realizing that he probably looked like a weird old pervert to the kids around him. He chuckled and went back to looking out the window. "18 hours had passed since Yua had broken into my room. I was tied up to one of my bunk bed's poles with my hands behind my back. Fortunately, I had been tied up sitting down, so it wasn't that tiring, but the cords were digging into my wrists. I had been more or less out of it for about 3 of the 18 hours, but since I hadn't been able to get any real sleep, I was having trouble keeping my eyes open. Damn it! I'm not into bondage, okay? Find somebody else to tie up. Yua was sitting on the sofa staring at me. She had been there all night. All she did was sit there and glare at me. Didn't she get tired? What was the point of all this anyway? Yua was convinced I had DID, but I didn't. No matter how long she waited, Shogun wasn't going to show up. After she had tied me up, she had given me a chance to talk. I had used it to try and convince her. I had spent hours on it, but she wasn't listening. She was so stubborn that after a few hours I finally gave up. And then,
あなたが将軍を生み出したんです。あなたが将軍なんです。現実逃避の手段。将軍はあなた自身であり、同時にあなたではない別の存在。もう一人のあなた。あなたの負の側面。あなたの弱い心を守るための存在。あなたの狂気。快楽殺人者。手段は選ばない。殺す相手も選ばない。殺すことが存在理由。誰でもよかったんですか？本当にミーアはなぜ選ばれたんですか？答えて。答えてよ。答えてください。答えてほしい。答えないと許しません。
she kept whispering the same things over and over. She sounded crazy. This was a small room, and I couldn't put my hands over my ears either. I was forced to listen. I thought I would go crazy myself. I tried to come up with a way to run. I tried telling her I needed to go to the bathroom and seeing if I could escape that way, but it didn't work. She untied me and let me go to the bathroom, but she didn't give me a moment's privacy. Even when I was using the toilet, she was watching me from right behind. And she was still whispering too. How long was she going to keep this up? It was possible that she might decide to change her mind and just kill me at any minute. It wasn't safe for me to go to sleep. Of course, even awake, I didn't think I could protect myself.
何がきっかけ？どうすれば出てくるんですか？肉体的苦痛？精神的苦痛？性的衝動？トラウマ？偶然？
And then she suddenly fell silent. She was still staring at me, though. The room was dead silent. The silence just made me more nervous. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a rumbling belly. I was hungry, too, since I hadn't had anything to eat or drink. But it wasn't me. So Yua was hungry then. Of course, even though she must have known I had heard her stomach rumble, her expression didn't change a bit. A normal girl, Sarah for instance, would have reacted in a cute way. Like this, for instance.
何さ、しょうがないっしょ。食べたいけどすごく我慢してるんだから。なんでって、それは前にあなたに太ってるって言われたから。でも別にさ、あなたに言われたからダイエットしてるわけじゃないよ。勘違いしないでよね、このコケナス。
You know, like a really obvious tsundere. You're so cute when you're blushing, Sarah. Crap. Of course I would want to escape into delusions with all that was going on.
食べないんですか？
Yua opened her mouth. Her voice was as cold as ever. Her gaze was directed at my feet. There was a plate there. The plate had pasta on it. Polek egg spaghetti. She had even put some seaweed flakes on top of it. It had been there for 2 hours already, though, and the noodles were probably a squishy mess now. Yua had made it. She had left the room, leaving me tied up without saying a word, and come back a half hour later with this pasta. She must have gone out of the building and gone to the supermarket, bought the ingredients, and cooked it outside my room. I couldn't understand why she made it herself. She could have just as easily bought pre-made something at the convenience store. There might be poison in it, I thought. That's why I hadn't touched it. That, and since I was tied up, I couldn't reach it anyway.
あんたが食べればいい。
It was Yua's stomach that had rumbled. I tried to make my voice sound as sarcastic as possible.
あなたを肉体的にいたぶろうとかそんなつもりはないんです。私はただ将軍が出てくるのを待っているだけ。だから食べてください。食べてくれなきゃ困ります。食べて。
この状態で食べられると思ってるの？無茶言わないでよ。
Yua stood up and walked over to me, then crouched down right next to me. I looked away in fear, but part of me was hoping she had decided to untie the ropes. She hadn't, though. Yua brought the plate towards me and somehow managed to get the pasta, which had now lost all its moisture, wrapped around a fork. She brought the fork to my mouth.
どうぞ。
嫌だ。食べないぞ。
Normally, having a girl feed you was an experience you could only find in an H game, but being fed by Yua right now was only making me want to kill somebody. If you want to feed me, untie me first, damn it. Then I could pretend to eat it and then say, it's nasty and I don't want any more. Then she would feel really bad, I bet.
レンジでチンしましょうか。
いらないって言ってるじゃないか。
I thought about using my knee to knock the plate out of her hands, but if I pissed her off, there's no telling what she might do to me. The idea scared the crap out of me, and I gave up on it.
分かってください。私が西条くんにこんなことするのはあなたを救うためでもあるんです。決してあなたを傷つけるためじゃないんですよ。
What? Was Yua just dumb? Was she literally stupid? Who the hell did she think she was anyway? Save me? Sure, I had been afraid of the Nujin murders and Shogun. I had wanted somebody to save me. But that list of somebodies did not include Yua. I wasn't interested in playing along with the delusions of a crazy chick.
食べて。無理にでも食べて。
She put the fork with the cold pasta wrapped around it up to my mouth.
食べられますよね。
She drew her face closer to mine. She was staring into my eyes.
食べてください。食べて。
And then she froze. Why did this girl always get so close to me whenever she was mad about something? I pressed my lips into a thin line and looked away. Even the idea of eating anything this woman prepared for me was disgusting. An hour or so passed. My stomach was hurting bad. I wanted to scream in terror, but I couldn't.
食べて。食べてよ。食べてって言ってるでしょ。食べて。
She was still right in front of my face, staring at me. She still had the fork with the pasta up against my lips. She had been like that the whole time.
食べて。食べてください。食べないと。食べて。食べてほしい。食べて。食べなさい。食べて。食べていいの。食べなよ。食べろ。
She kept whispering over and over in a low voice. It felt like she had been doing it for at least an hour. The whole thing was so eerie that I couldn't move a finger. This must have been how a frog feels when a snake is bearing down on it. She hadn't hurt me. She wasn't trying to force the pasta into my lips. But the terror I felt towards her was just growing more and more intense. All she was doing was waiting for me to eat. The reason it felt so creepy was that a normal person would have given up after 5 minutes. She had been waiting over an hour. If she had just screamed, "Eat the food already," and grabbed me by the hair and forced it into my mouth, at least that would have been normal. I couldn't tell what Yua was thinking. There was something very, very wrong with her. She was broken. She didn't even seem human. I was scared. 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 I was completely terrified. I wanted to just get on my knees and beg her to let me go. An awful sweat was forming over my whole body. The mental pressure was making it hard to even breathe. I had never had a girl stare at me for this long, from this distance. Had anybody. I mean, if she was my girlfriend and we were having a nice romantic chat, that would be one thing. But all she was doing was staring at me with a blank expression and cold eyes, and mumbling, "Eat," over and over. This wasn't something that normally happened to people.
食べて、食べなさい。食べてよ。食べてください。食べろ。
I couldn't take her gaze anymore. I forced the words out of my mouth. They came out raspy and dry.
食べるよ。
Yua stopped whispering. She didn't move. She was still in the exact same position. I forced my mouth open. Trembling, I ate the pasta I had refused for over an hour. It was dry, and eating it stole what little moisture remained in my already dry mouth. I swallowed it without even really chewing it. I didn't have it in me to try and figure out how it tasted. After she saw me do it, Yua blinked several times. She had been frozen like a statue, and now she finally started to move.
おいしい？
Of course not. I couldn't tell her that, though. I just nodded softly.
よかったです。
She didn't look happy at all, though. The blank expression remained plastered on her face. She lowered the fork towards the plate. She grabbed another dry lump of pasta with the fork and raised it to my mouth again. Was I supposed to eat it all? Was she not going to let me go until I did? Please, let me go. I started to cry. I was so scared. But no matter how much I cried, it looked like she was going to stay like this until all the pasta was eaten. So I cried, but I ate. I kept letting her feed me the dry, disgusting pasta. And by the time I finished, I was mentally and physically exhausted.
お腹いっぱいになりましたか？なりましたよね。なったはず。一生懸命作った甲斐がありました。
She spoke coldly, but finally moved away from me. She put the plate on my computer desk and returned to the sofa. Then she sat down and looked at me. Once again she stopped moving completely. Please, don't look at me. Stop looking at me. I kept whispering in my heart. I was too scared to speak. Was she going to keep looking at me for a full 24 hours? This was mental torture. The idea made me feel miserable.
なんでこんなことするんだよ。
I asked, sobbing. I had to ask.
僕に何の恨みがあって。
妹が死んだんです。
Sister. For just a moment, Yua looked like she was about to break into tears, but then the cold mask returned to her face.
集団ダイブの被害者の一人、私の双子の妹、ミヤって言います。私は妹を殺した犯人を許さない。許さないって思ってました。そして あなたにたどり着いた。あなたの苦しみを知りました。私は妹がなぜ殺されなくちゃいけなかったのか、その真実を知りたい。なぜ犯人が、将軍が妹を殺したのか知りたい。それとあなたも助けたい。分かってください。分かってくれますよね。分かるはず。分かるはずです。
I remembered the group dive video uploaded on YouTube. So, one of the victims screaming and crying in that video was her younger sister. After what had happened to Nanami, I could kind of understand how she felt. But that didn't mean I was sympathetic. She had broken into my room and tied me to a post. Of course I couldn't sympathize with her. I had completely lost track of how long I had been in here. There were no windows in this room, so I couldn't even tell what time it was now.
その目誰の目ってどういう意味？どうしてこれから殺す相手に言わせたの？どうしてダイイングメッセージとして残したの？あなたは何を訴えたいの？
The only way to tell inside the base was to look at my computer clock or my cell phone. Tied to the bedpost, I couldn't do either. When I went to the bathroom, I was able to go outside, so I could get a general idea of what time it was then. But as this dragged on, I started to get reluctant to even go to the bathroom. Without any water, I didn't have any urge to pee. It felt like I hadn't needed to use the toilet for at least a full day now.
どうしてダーススパイダーなの？それを被ることで何を訴えたかったの？宗教的な意味があるの？ダークヒーロー願望？それともセランをバカにしたいだけ？
Yua barely moved. All she did was sit on the sofa. Occasionally she would stand up for a little, or change how she sat, but nothing more. And the whole time she kept whispering. It amazed me that she could talk so much. She didn't call or text anyone, or use the computer to kill time. She didn't sleep. All she did was ask me questions. The words themselves were starting to lose their meaning. I hated being stared at. Shogun's mind reading, at least, only happened once in a while. I hated it, but it wasn't unbearable. But having Yua watch my every action with her expressionless, cold eyes, that felt like it was striking a fatal blow at the very core of who I was. As long as I was tied up here, unable to move, I couldn't see anything changing. I had lost track of how long I had been tied up. I had no idea how many days it had been. It felt like it might have only been 2 days, but it also might have been a month. Not being able to move was really stressful. For the past several hours, I had thought of nothing but how I wanted to see a clock. I couldn't think of anything else.
それとも、
Her head suddenly began to sway. She took off her glasses and rubbed her tired eyes. The effect of having no sleep at all was finally catching up with her. She was getting what she deserved for being so stupid. What she was doing was pointless, a waste of effort. If she would just listen to what I was telling her, none of this would have happened.
いつ出てきてくれるんですか？
Her whisper sounded so pained. Was she talking to Shogun?
どうしたら出てきてくれるんですか？出てきてよ。
He's not coming. Sorry, he was never here in the first place.
待ってるから。待って。
Her voice dropped off, and then her body began to tilt to the side. She slumped over onto the sofa and lay there unmoving. Had she fallen asleep? Had she finally run out of steam? I sighed in relief as the tension left my body. I hadn't had a moment's relief while she was staring at me, but now I could finally get a little rest.
タッキー、何のんきなこと言ってんの？
I heard Sayritan's voice coming from next to the PC monitor.
逃げるなら今がチャンスなんよ。それどころかさ、今なら無防備なユアッチを逆監禁できるかも。そしたらやりたい放題じゃん、ボケナス。
I see. I could, for example, rape her, or make her endure all kinds of sexy punishments, perhaps. Trembling, I looked over at her face. Asleep, she was actually pretty cute. I remembered the soft smile she had shown me when we had first met. Obviously, she had her reasons for thinking of me as her enemy. I had thought she was working for Shogun, too. But she was the one who had made me think that. She was the one who had tricked me, lied to me. Come on now, thank you. So even if I raped her or made her endure all kinds of sexy punishments, she wouldn't have the right to complain. I looked at her face again. Her eyelids were twitching. Her face was twisted in pain. Suddenly, a single tear fell from the corner of her eye. Maybe she was dreaming about her dead sister.
タッキー、調教師ないの？
I couldn't, after seeing her cry.
監禁されて禁縛されてるのに？タッキーって聖人君子だね。優しい、優しすぎる。そこはタッキーのいいところだけど、時と場合によるよ。
No, it's not like that. Of course I still couldn't forgive what she had done, but somehow my anger and my will to resist her were gone. Was it because I wasn't as nervous now that she wasn't staring at me? Or because I had heard about what had happened to her sister? Somehow it felt like she actually wasn't going to hurt me. I felt incredibly sleepy. I decided to forget the pain in my arms from being tied up and just gave in to the sleepiness. I could figure out how to escape later. I woke up and felt something strange. Something was missing. That's how it felt. My eyes were still a little blurry as I looked around the room. When I tried to stand up, the cords dug into my wrists, sending pain shooting through my arms. I remembered that I was tied up. Yua was the one who had tied me up. Yua wasn't here. That was what had felt so wrong. I was the only one here now. Where had she gone? Did she go to make more food? Or to the bathroom? I had no idea how long Yua and I had been here, but neither she nor I had gone to school once during that time. The only times either of us left this room were either to cook or use the bathroom. I wasn't even allowed to take a shower. I let out a deep sigh. Yua was probably going to come back any minute now. Then she would go right back to watching me. Did Yua just have a really persistent personality? Or was it her anger and rage at her sister's death that was driving her to act so bizarrely? How could I get her to understand that I wasn't Shogun? Maybe I could show her the message I had received from him on my PC. But Yua was completely overtaken with her own delusions right now. A single email wouldn't change her mind. I needed something more definitive to prove that Shogun and I were separate people. If Shogun were to show up in my room, that would do it. Of course, that would be a problem on its own. I didn't want to see Shogun ever again. If he was here, that meant he had come to kill me.
ねえねえ、タッキー、逃げた方がいいよ。あたし、あんな思い込み激しいストーカー女にこれ以上タッキーがいじめられるのを見たくないもん。
Thank you, Sarah. I don't think I can untie myself, though. I had tried a bunch of times, of course, but I had failed. Yua had tied the knots tightly. They weren't budging.
私が三次元になれたら今すぐタッキーを助けに行くのにな。
But it also felt like staying here was the right move anyway. Trying to run might just make her mad. When she got mad, she was incredibly scary. I didn't want to do anything that might piss her off.
自分の命を守るために一番いい方法をちゃんと考えてるんだね。すごいよタッキー。だけど私さ、これ以上タッキーとあの女が同じ部屋にいるのは嫌だな。
I didn't either, but tied up like this, I would just have to rely on her. Fortunately, she hadn't hurt me yet, and she was feeding me and even letting me use the bathroom. She was still treating me like a human being. And as soon as she figured out that Shogun wasn't going to show up, she would let me go. She would probably apologize, actually. When that happened, I would make her get on her knees and beg for forgiveness, of course. I would also make her let me touch her boob or something, too. Then we would call it even. Yua would never appear in front of me again, and I would never go to see her again either. If nothing else, she would cease to be a threat, and if I was lucky, maybe I could even bring her over to my side. The real Shogun was still lurking out there. If I was really lucky, I could get Yua to protect me from him. She hated the person behind the New-Gen killings, and the enemy of my enemy was my friend. She and I wanted the same thing.
僕って頭良くね？天才じゃね？
タッキーってば天才。私さ、ますますタッキーのこと好きになっちゃった。
Yeah, the smart move now was just to hang in there. She sure was late, though. There was still no sign of her. Quite a lot of time had passed, several hours at least, probably several hours anyway. Where had she gone? It wasn't to the bathroom, if nothing else. But she had been gone far too long for a shopping trip. She had made several trips to the store to get food, and this was far longer than any of them. So where had she gone? School? I didn't know what time it was, but if it was daytime, she could easily have gone to school. If I could look at my schedule, I would at least know what day it was. Say, for example, that she had locked me up 3 days ago, and the first day was a Friday. In that case, the last 2 days would have been the weekend, and it would make sense that she hadn't gone to school. In that case, today would be Monday then, and she would have left for school. That's right. Yeah, it has to be. What day had it been when she had broken in here? My mind was all hazy, and I couldn't think straight. What if it wasn't school, though? Like maybe she had gone home. I could see some dumb, slutty teenager sleeping over somewhere without telling her parents, but Yua didn't look like that type. Maybe she had made up a lie or something to get their permission to not come home. But even so, after several days, they had probably started to worry. So maybe she had decided to head back home to reassure them. That theory made sense. Either way, she was sure to come back. My best move was probably to save my energy, to not move. I took a small, deep breath and closed my eyes. Time to take a nap. I couldn't sleep. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep for several hours, but got nowhere. I kept looking at the door to see if Yua would come back. Occasionally the door would shake a little when there was a particularly strong gust of wind. I would look up at it, hoping that Yua had come back. There was still no sign of her at all, though. I was tied up and alone here in my shipping crate. She was so late that I decided to see if I could break my bonds. I was bound to the bedpost by nylon cords. If I struggled hard enough, I might be able to break them. I yanked my arms forward hard. No good. They weren't budging. Maybe I was just weak. Of course, I was a wimpy otaku kid. I spent all my time on the computer playing video games or reading the net. I wasn't going to be able to pull off any Hollywood heroics. I wasn't going to be able to break them by force. I tried to think of another way. If I had a knife or something like a knife, that might do it, but there was nothing like that anywhere. All I could see were magazines or manga, or CDs or discarded containers of food from the convenience store.
ダメだ。
I was such a loser. I couldn't even cut a nylon cord on my own.
ユアは戻ってくるよね。
I whispered aloud as if trying to convince myself.
ねえねえタッキー、もしかしてさ、見捨てられたんじゃない？
Abandon me? You mean she would just leave me here? She wasn't coming back? I needed her to come back. Badly. I was helplessly tied up here on my own. If she was going to tie me up, she at least had to take responsibility for keeping me alive, right? I was overthinking things. She hadn't abandoned me. She would come back. She hadn't found out who Shogun was yet. She wouldn't give up this soon. Yua wouldn't abandon me. I would be just fine.
知ってる？そういうのってさ、ストックホルム症候群って言うんよ。
Of course, I knew what the phrase meant.
Stream elements.
This wasn't
Said.
that.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I didn't have Stockholm Syndrome. I wasn't dependent on her in any way. I didn't feel close to that crazy bitch in the slightest.
僕もつい最近ナナミのことがあったからユアの気持ちはわからなくはないとかって脳内で妄想してなかったっけ？
Was I lying to myself? Was I trying to force myself to think that Yua was safe to be around? Maybe I was. Stockholm Syndrome involved your mind lying to itself to keep you safe. Stockholm Syndrome, a term used in psychology. During a hostage situation, hostages find themselves locked inside an enclosed space with their captor for hours or days at a time. In these cases, victims will sometimes report feeling love rather than hatred towards the people who imprisoned them. These cases are referred to as Stockholm Syndrome. One theory states that this occurs because building a relationship of trust rather than resisting results in a higher survival rate, and the brain deceives itself to allow that to happen. The name comes from a hostage case that occurred in Stockholm in 1973. But so what if I was lying to myself? In this situation, I didn't have any choice but to rely on Yua. Rimi had ditched me, and there was no sign of Nanami lately, either. My parents were, according to Nanami, worried about me, but they hadn't actually come to see me, not even once. The only other person I knew I lived up here was Yua. Yua was the only one I could rely on anymore. If it was a lie, it was a necessary one I needed to keep me alive. I didn't want to die, and I didn't want Yua to hurt me, but I didn't have the courage to fight back with force. I would have to cling to her for help. It was my only option. I would have to keep being defenseless until she understood that I wasn't a threat. It was the only way for a helpless loser like me to survive. I would believe in Yua, and believing in her meant lying to myself. That was what it would take to get me out of this safely.
あんなストーカーメガネ女を信じちゃダメだよ。タッキーゆとりすぎ。
Sorry, Sayritan. This is the one time I can't listen to what you have to say. So please, come back soon. Yua, you'll come back, right? It happened out of nowhere. The door suddenly flung open with no warning. I flinched away from the sudden sound. I could see the sky outside was turning to the color of evening. Yua came inside, placing herself between me and the twilight. I felt so relieved when I saw her. Knowing that she hadn't abandoned me made me so happy I thought I might cry. I hated myself for being so weak, but the sense of relief was far stronger than the hate.
おかえり。
Yua was all I had, so I said it even though I knew how stupid it sounded. But
あなた邪魔だわ、西条くん。
え？
Yua strode over to me, crouched down to my left, and grabbed my hair. She pulled hard.
邪魔なの。あなたがいなければ将軍は出てくるはずなのに。なんでいるの？自重してよ。少し引っ込んでよ。あなたと話しても意味ないの。私はあなたと話したいんじゃない。出して。将軍を出しなさいよ。
Something was wrong with Yua. Was she starting to run out of patience? Was it because Shogun was nowhere to be found? Was she about to resort to more forceful measures? This wasn't what I had expected at all. I had believed in her, believed she wasn't going to hurt me. Was she going to betray me again? I was the only one who thought there was betrayal going on here. I realized the truth. I had been trusting her for no reason. Yua had never asked me to trust in her at all. Was I just being naive? Because I was an otaku and a loser? Because I wasn't used to dealing with people in the real world, I deserved to be deceived? If that was true, I didn't need the 3D world at all. I had rather just stay in the 2D world forever. She shoved something in front of my face. It looked like a notebook.
妹の日記です。家に戻って取ってきたんです。これを読んであなたは知るべきです。妹は、みやちゃんは、集団ライブが起きるもっと前からあなたに、いえ、将軍に狙われていたんです。
Before.
ストーカーされていたんですよ。だから集団ライブ5人を殺すのが目的だったんじゃない。他の4人は巻き添え。狙いはみやちゃん一人だった。そうでしょう。そうよね、将軍。答えて。出てきて答えなさい。
Yua's voice was gradually becoming more and more hysterical. My heart was pounding with fear. I was shaking. No matter what happened, I couldn't admit that she was right. All this was her delusion. She was making it all up. I had never even met her little sister. I tried to shake my head, but the pain from her pulling my hair made it so I couldn't. Her face got closer and closer. She whispered in my ear, and then she brought the diary up to eye level. She forced my head upwards. She flipped through the pages with her free hand, and when I saw what was written there, I froze. What the hell was this? What was this?
日記の最後のページ。ミヤの最後に書き残した。その誰の日付は9月6日。集団ライブでミヤが殺された前日です。
将軍だ。あいつに思考盗撮されてたんだ。
思考盗撮って何？違うでしょ。違うわ。ストーカーされていたんです。将軍に、あなたに。
僕は将軍じゃ。
あなたの中にいる将軍にです。
だから言ってるじゃないか。将軍は他にいるんだ。
将軍は西条匠です。言い逃れしないで。その目誰の目というあなたが昔書いた作文がその証拠です。他にもいくつもの状況証拠がある。あなたしか考えられないの。考えられないのよ。あなたじゃなきゃおかしい。妹はあなたに殺された。
No, I don't sleepwalk. I don't have the ID. Shogun is somebody else. He's not me. He's somebody else.
どう思う？この日記を見てどう思う？ミヤを追い詰めて殺して満足？こんな日記を書かせるぐらい追い詰めて満足？どうしてミヤにこんなひどいことをしたの？どうしてミヤを殺したの？どうして？
ミヤは間違ってる。
You're wrong about everything.
間違ってるのはあなたよ。あなたは人を殺した。殺したじゃない。人殺し。
だって の日記はユアの日記じゃないか。
何です？
Yua looked confused, but I had clearly seen it just a moment ago. The words on the cover. They read Yua's diary. I had thought maybe I had been mistaken or something, but Yua had just clearly said whose diary this
妹の
was.
日記です。
Then why didn't the letters on the cover say Mia's diary?
これはユアの日記だ。表紙にそう書いてある。
何言ってるの？
She didn't even look at it.
これはミヤちゃんのよ。死んだミヤちゃんの日記。あなたに殺されたミヤちゃんの。ミヤちゃんのなのよ。ミヤちゃんが書いた。死ぬ前に書いたの。
だったら表紙を見てよ。
Yua closed the notebook and looked down at it, unconcerned, and then she turned back
や
to
っ
me.
ぱりミヤちゃんの日記だわ。
You saw it. I just saw you looking at it. I saw you looking at the words Yua's diary. So why?
これはミヤちゃんが書いた日記。私を騙そうとしたの。騙されるわけないでしょ。私はミヤちゃんとずっと一緒に育ってきたんだから。生まれてからずっと一緒だったんだから。あなたなんかよりずっと私の方がミヤちゃんのことを知ってる。知ってるの。
ユアには見えないの。はっきり書いてあるじゃないか。それはユアの日記。
Yua suddenly put her hands up to her temples. Her expression was twisted in
違
pain.
う。この日記は私じゃなくてミヤちゃんが。私。西条君に自覚があるはずないから。あなたは DID 多重人格なんです。
君は誰だ？
私はユア。私は
Was she the one with DID, not me?
楠木ミヤなんて実在するの？
Did the police even publish the names of the victims in the group dive? All the victims were underage. Don't they usually try to keep the names of underage victims out of the media? Or maybe...
ユアに双子の妹なんて本当にいたの？
Maybe Kusunoki Miya was real, but maybe Kusunoki Miya wasn't actually Kusunoki Yua's twin. Maybe they both had really similar names, but they were completely different people.
ヒルア。
Yua suddenly started to strangle me. Her fingers were thin and frail, but her strength was incredible. I couldn't breathe.
いたわよ。ミヤちゃんは確かにいた。はっきり覚えてるもの。
証明できるの？
Yua relaxed her fingers.
自分は DID じゃないって証明できるの？楠木ミヤじゃないって証明できるの？
I couldn't. I had only been able to be sure that I wasn't Shogun when the real Shogun had shown up in front of me.
できるわ。
Yua's hand moved away from my throat. She threw down the notebook.
ミヤちゃんにはほくろがあった。
She began to take off her top.
左胸の下、そこにほくろがあった。 私にはないほくろ。
Slowly, fumblingly, she began to undo the buttons one by one. She took off her bra, too. She hid her large chest with her hands as she tried to look under her left breast. I looked, too, and I could see that there was a mole there.
ある。
あるよ。
どうして私にはほくろはないはずなのに。私誰？
Her face was pale and her lips were shaking. Her vision was darting around her. She wrapped her arms around her body, her top still exposed.
私はユア。私はずっといい子で、ミヤちゃんはずっと悪い子で、私はずっといい子になりたくて、ミヤちゃんはユアちゃんが大好きで、ユアちゃんはミヤちゃんが心配で。
Nothing she was saying made any sense. I shivered, but I didn't feel like running away and leaving her alone. I knew what she was going through. I had experienced the exact same thing myself quite recently. Ever since Yua had told me I had DID, my whole life had felt unstable. So I understood. I knew how it felt to have your whole identity come crashing down around you. I didn't know if it was DID or something else, but there was something wrong with Yua. There had been for a long time. Her personality changed too drastically from one moment to the next for it to be an act. I remember thinking that the gap between when she had first spoken to me and when she had snapped had been way too big for them to be the same person.
ユアは TID なんじゃ。
違う、ちゃんといた、ちゃんといたの。ミヤちゃんはちゃんといた。
Yua reached into her jacket pocket, still covering her chest with one hand. She took out her phone and pulled something up for me to see.
ここにいるでしょ。私たちがいるでしょ。
あ、
She was. There were two of them. It didn't look like it could have been digitally altered. You could tell they were twins. They looked almost exactly alike. The only difference was the glasses. Even their hairstyles were the same.
私はここにいる。
君はどっちなんだ。
私は
She pointed to the left. And then the floor began to violently shake. An earthquake. It was bigger than the last one. There was a violent ringing in my ears, a high-pitched sound that threatened to split my head open. Yua covered her head with her hands and curled up into a ball. I wanted to do the same, but I couldn't move my hands. It was like thousands of tiny needles being stabbed into my ears. And then... with a terrible impact, my vision turned white.
あの日、私たちは入れ替わった。
There were a lot of students in the Shibuya McDonald's at night. The girls were talking and having fun, and occasionally breaking into high-pitched laughter. I took a look outside the window and then got out my phone. September 7th, 5:02 p.m. She was 2 minutes late. I felt a little annoyed as I took a bite of my chicken sandwich.
ごめん、ミヤちゃん。待たせちゃった？
Yua appeared, holding a tray in one hand. She sat across from me and took a small, deep breath.
うん、待った。5分くらいおまけしてほしいな。あ、ミヤちゃんもチキンバーガー？私もだよ。
She pointed to the chicken sandwich on her tray. We were twins, so of course our tastes were pretty much the same. She didn't need to point it out every time, but still she looked
み
happy.
やちゃんとこうして渋谷で会うのって初めてだよね。
My school wasn't in Shibuya, and I could always see her at home. I had never had a reason to come to Shibuya after school to see her.
私にお願いしたいことって何？私にできることなら何でも言ってね。
I finished my chicken sandwich and took a gulp of my iced tea before leaning towards her.
実はこれから人と会うんだけど。彼氏？そんなんじゃない。今まで一度も会ったことない人たち。たちって何人？4人かな。どういう関係なの？ネットで知り合った人。別にやましい関係とかじゃないから。アニメのファンサイトみたいな掲示板があるんだけど、そこで。へえ、私インターネットなんて全くやらないからよくわからないけど、そうやってネットで知り合うことってよくあるの？まあね。でもオフ会は私も初めてで。みえちゃん人見知りだもんね。人見知りじゃない。人に合わすのが苦手なだけ。そういうことにしておいてあげる。で、大丈夫なの？初めての人たち相手にうまく話せそう？本当は会おうと思ってたんだけど、今になってやっぱり怖くなっちゃったんだ。めんどくさくなっただけ。でもドタキャンするのも悪いし、だから私が代わりに行けばいいのね。
Yua was sharp. She usually knew what I was going to say before I said it. Sometimes she could get on my nerves that way, but today I was happy that I didn't need to explain anything to her.
そういうこと。お願いしていい？別にいいけど、みやちゃんはそれでいいの？友達を作れるチャンスなのに。そんな小学生みたいな扱いしないでよ。別に友達を作りたいわけじゃないし。もう、みやちゃんは本当に意地っ張りなんだから。言ってくれる？うん、わかった。私は楠木みやになりきればいいのよね。そこまでしなくてもいいけど。どうせならとことんやった方が面白いじゃない。そうだ、制服も入れ替えようよ。なんでそんなにはしゃいでるの？みやちゃんから頼み事されるなんてめったにないでしょ。だから嬉しいの。ゆあちゃん、バカみたい。どうせバカなお姉さんですよーだ。ほら、そうと決まれば着替えちゃおうよ。
Yua grabbed my hand. And pulled me into a bathroom stall where we switched everything we owned.
みやちゃん、水泳の制服似合うね。きっとお父さんやお母さんでもどっちがどっちなのか見分けつかないよ。あ、でもメガネかけてたら一発でバレちゃうかな。これも外して行くのはちょっと難しいかも。何も見えなくなっちゃう。初対面の相手なんだからここまでしなくてもよかったのに。もうまだ言ってるし、待ち合わせの時間そろそろなんでしょ。それまで打ち合わせしておこうよ。私アニメのことちっともわからないけど、何を話せばいいの？適当に相槌打ってればいいよ。どうせ一回こっきりしか会わない人たちなんだし。そんなことないよ。この出会いを通してお友達付き合いすることになるかもしれないでしょ。もしかしたら彼氏もできちゃうかも。興味ない。あるくせに。なかったら会う約束なんてしないもの。うるさいな。頑張って楠木みやはとってもいい子ですっていうのを印象づけてくるね。本当にそういうのはいいってば。
It would only make it harder to meet them a second time. I wasn't as social as Yua was.
それじゃ行ってくるね。よろしく。そこまで頑張らなくていいから。はいはい。じゃあね、みやちゃん。
Yua gave me a happy wave. She was wearing my uniform, carrying my bag, and then she disappeared into the Shibuya crowds. That was the last time I saw her. I went home and waited for her until I saw what happened on the news. I woke up with a splitting headache. The bed had fallen on top of me. I realized I wasn't just feeling the pain from the headache, but the weight of the bed pressing into my back. I couldn't move my head, so I moved my eyes to look around the room. Yua was slumped up against the wall. She had been half naked before the quake, but now she had put her clothes on from the look of it. It was strange to see her without her glasses. Her glasses had fallen at my feet. The lenses had broken.
助けて。紐ほどいてよ。
I called out to her, trying to fight the pain in my head. She looked at me with empty
思い出したの。
eyes. I didn't really care what she had remembered, though. Just untie me. I can't move with this thing on top of
思い出
me.
したのよ。
She slowly stood up. She wasn't wearing her glasses, but even in the darkness she could see clearly enough to untie the knots holding me. Finally free, I managed to crawl out from under the bed. But that was all I could do. Just like the last earthquake, this one had left me with a splitting headache. It hurt too much to even stand. I was forced to crawl on the ground in pain.
ゆあちゃんだったのよ。
She was whispering something to herself
集
again.
団ダイブで死んだのはミヤじゃない。ゆあちゃんだった。
ユア、何を。
私はゆあじゃない。
She laughed.
私はミヤよ。自分をゆあちゃんだって思い込んでただけ。あの日私たちは入れ替わったの。それでゆあちゃんは死んだ。本当は私が死ぬはずだったのに。
Suddenly the expression disappeared from her face. Her eyes were still empty. She offered me a hand.
西条くん、もう将軍のことなんてどうでもよくなっちゃった。結局ゆあちゃんは私が死なせたようなものだから。ねえ、一緒に来てほしい。
どこへ。
ゆあちゃんが死んだ場所。一緒に来てくれるだけでいい。お願い。
Please. And then I understood. Yua, no, Mia was planning to die. I wasn't sure if I should try to stop her, but I realized nothing I said would make a difference. So I took her hand, and with her help, tried to stand up. There was a stabbing pain in my head. It felt like my vision was turning red. I could feel the sound of the blood pumping through my head. Ka-thud, ka-thud. It hurt too much to move.
歩ける？
Mia wrapped her arms around me to support
歩いてく
me.
れないと困るわ。一緒に来てほしいの。私を助けると思って。お願い。
With her help, I managed to head towards Shibuya Station. Shibuya was now a city of death. There were bodies everywhere. Some were covered in blood. Some had severed limbs. Some had crushed heads. It was a scene out of a nightmare. There was nothing remaining of the brightly lit city I knew, only death and ash and despair. There were huge cracks in the asphalt roads, and the streets could have caved in at any time. Huge chunks of concrete had fallen off the buildings and were blocking the roads, making it impossible to travel in a straight line. But me and I kept walking, oblivious to the cries for help around us. We went toward the huge figure of Cornelius Tower in the distance. The tower was mostly undamaged. Parts of the exterior were crumbling, but it had survived the earthquake and was still standing straight. As near as I could tell from the outside, all the lights were off. Maybe everybody had already evacuated and it was empty. As expected, there was no one in the lobby and no electricity. The elevators weren't working. We were forced to use the emergency stairs instead. Cornelius Tower had 41 stories. It was 184 meters tall. I had learned those two bits of trivia while researching the group dive case online. It was crazy to try and climb all these stairs, especially since I couldn't barely walk with this headache. But with Yua's help, I managed to start climbing the stairs one at a time as the sweat poured down my body.
お父さんとお母さんは私が自分のことをユアちゃんだって言い出して気を使ってくれたんだと思う。私をユアとして扱ってミアが死んだことにしたのかも。
Mia was talking to herself. I just listened. No, maybe I didn't even need to listen. It felt like she wasn't talking so that I could hear her.
昔からそうだった。私は生意気な娘だったから。両親はいつも私を腫れ物にでも触るかのように扱ったわ。ミアを死んだことにするなんてね。親はユアちゃんよりミアに死んでほしかったのかもしれない。それも全部私のせいだけど、自分がユアちゃんだと思い込んだ私のせいよ。ユアちゃんが死んだみたいに私も死ねばいいのよ。
ユアはどんな人だったの？
憧れだった。羨ましかった。たまにイラついたりしたけど嫌いじゃなかった。むしろ大好きだった。ユアちゃんのこと大好きだった。私のことを分かってくれるたった一人のかけがえのない人だったもの。ユアちゃんが笑顔でいてくれれば私はどんなに辛いことがあっても嬉しかった。いつも私のことを心配してくれたわ。心配させてるのが申し訳なくて私はつい冷たく接してた。それなのにいつも優しくて。ユアちゃん
She wept silently as she walked up the stairs. Were they tears of regret, of sorrow, of guilt? I couldn't tell. The wind upon the heliport was stronger than I thought. You had a 360-degree view of the Shibuya night sky up here, but there was no beauty to be seen, only darkness. I could just barely make out Tokyo Tower and Roppongi Bills in the distance. Below us, the city of Shibuya was dead silent. There was almost no light. The darkness hid the shattered remains of the city. If it was daytime, I might have been astonished at the sight below me.
西条くん、もしよかったら。
Mia let go of me. I collapsed right to the
一
ground.
緒に飛んでくれない？
She was staring out into the distance. Her hair was blowing in the wind and hiding her expression. I couldn't see the look on her face. I had known that she would come up here to jump. She was going to follow after her sister. I knew exactly what my answer was.
やだね。僕は死にたくない。なんで僕を監禁した女と心中しなくちゃいけないんだ。
そう言うと思った。
She started to walk towards the edge of the heliport, staggering occasionally in the strong
そう
wind.
そう、西条くんと予約しに行ったセイラちゃんのフィギュア
She suddenly stopped and turned around.
ちゃんと買ったのよ。とても可愛くてセクシーだね。すっかり気に入っちゃって、私の部屋の机の上に飾ってあるの。
Her smile was frail. Why was she telling me this now?
そんなこと言っても僕は君に同情しない。
同情なんて求めてないわ。それじゃさよなら、西条くん。私を殺した人。私もゆあちゃんのところに行くね。
Everything Nishijo said made perfect sense. It was strange, but what I felt was loneliness, a sad ache in the bottom of my heart. In the end, I was never able to prove for myself that he was Shogun. Maybe he was right, and I was wrong. Either way, there was no point in hating him anymore. If I hadn't asked Yua to take my place at the meetup, she wouldn't have died. She shouldn't have been the one to die. She was smart, pretty, she had lots of friends, and her parents loved her. But she had died. Kusunoki Yua had died. And at the same time, Kusunoki Miya had disappeared. She had become like a ghost. That was the choice I had made. I didn't know if I was alive or dead anymore. Yua was gone, too. I would be better off dead. I stood on the edge of the heliport. This was where Yua and the other four had leapt to their deaths. I looked down and suddenly felt dizzy. There was barely any light below me, but still, I could feel just how high up I was. How had Yua felt when she had jumped from this height? Was she scared? I'm sorry for making you scared. I'm going to be with you now. I'm going to suffer the same pain that you suffered, the pain I was supposed to suffer. I took a deep breath. My heart was at peace. I wasn't afraid to die. I spread out my hands like wings. I closed my eyes. I stepped out into empty air. The ground beneath me vanished. I fell. The world turned upside down. There was nothing left to hold me back. I was falling, but it felt like my body was rising. I could hear the roar of the wind. The ground was getting closer. I could see the asphalt below me, where Yua had hit the ground, where she had landed, where every bone in her body had shattered, where her organs had exploded, her blood and brain matter had scattered everywhere. I don't want to die. Just a few moments ago I had thought I wasn't scared of death at all, but now that I couldn't move, I felt terrified. I don't want to die. Yua had died, but I still wanted to live. My survival instincts took over completely. I screamed. The scream came up from the bottom of my heart. I reached out frantically to the rapidly receding night sky. I knew that nobody was going to grab it, but still I reached out. I wished. I kept screaming. I don't want to die. But nobody heard my cry. Nobody was there to offer me a hand. The ground was right there. I could feel the sensation of every bone in my body shattering, but it quickly disappeared. I found myself back on the roof of Cornelius Tower once more. Nishijo was right in front of me. He wasn't looking at me, but he was offering me a hand.
で
I jumped. I jumped and fell 180 meters, smashing my body against the ground. I stared at his hand, too stunned to even wipe away my tears.
気が済んだ。
His voice was cold.
君に死なれるのは困るんだ。まるで僕が突き落としたみたいじゃないか。僕は殺人犯扱いされたくないね。
私落ちたのに自分で飛び降りたのに。
妄想でも見てたんじゃない？
A delusion? I couldn't believe a delusion could have pain and sensations that felt so real.
ねえ西条くん、ゆあちゃんはあんな痛い思いをして死んだんだね。なのに私ゆあちゃんと同じ痛みを味わおうとしたのに、私は死にたくないって思っちゃったの。本来死ぬのは私だったのに、死にたくないって。もう飛べない。あの痛みを知ってしまったらもう怖くて飛べない。私どうすればいいのか。
今ので君は一度死んだ。ユアの痛みを知ったならもうそれでいいじゃないか。これからはもう一度楠木宮として一から生きていけばいいと思う。ユアの分まで。
ありがとう。ありがとう。
I reached out and took his hand. It was so very, very warm. I could feel the warmth of his body through his skin. The warmth made me stop shivering. And that is Yua's ending, Moon and Sun. Okie dokie. Moving on, moving on. Again, all the different endings. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
視線が空からふっ、誰もいない。誰も動いていない。体が動かない。僕の名前は西条匠、17歳。水明学園2年。片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
It wasn't long at all before I was called into the exam room. I thought I would be asked to wait longer, but that wasn't the case at all. What about all those people in the lobby? Maybe they were all fakes, put there by the hospital to make it look busy. It was a different exam room than the one I had been seen in 4 years ago, but I recognized how he welcomed me when I came in.
やあ、西条くん。
Dr. Takashina was looking at me with a cheerful smile. Nothing had changed since I had last came here 4 years ago. Feeling relieved, I just let loose with everything I was feeling.
先生、助けて。
どうしたんだい？
変な女が僕にストーカー行為を。このままじゃ学校にも行けないし、家にも一度来られて場所知られてるから安心できないし。
落ち着いて。
落ち着いてなんていられないよ。あの女異常だ。僕は正常なんだ。それに岩だけじゃない。悪魔女だって。そうだ、悪魔女が真犯人なんだ。
真犯人？
ニュージェネの犯人だよ。間違いないんだ。僕は事件現場で死体を貼り付けにしてる最中のあの女を見たんだ。
大丈夫だ。何も心配いらないから。とにかく落ち着こう。いいね。
I fell silent. I didn't understand what was fine. But if a professional, a doctor, especially Dr. Takashina, said so, I must be fine. That's what I told myself. I was getting so excited that I was having trouble breathing. I took a moment to catch my breath. He started staring at me with a grave look on his face. He seemed really serious.
本当に大丈夫なの？
もちろんだよ。
あんな危ない女が僕を、狙ってるのに、なんでそう言い切れるの？
理由を知りたいかい？
I nodded and he sighed a little. He was fiddling a little with a pen in his hands as he spoke.
なぜなら、君の言っている女の人はこの世には存在しないからだよ。
でも
君は自分の妄想に怯えているだけなんだ。
His voice was eerily kind. My body was shaking. It wouldn't stop. Why? He was being so kind.
西条くん、君はその女の人には会っていない。わかるね？
わからないよ。
じゃあもっと具体的に言おうか。君はその女の人には会えるはずがないんだ。もう7年間も君はこの病院から一歩も外に出ていないんだからね。
What did he mean? What was he saying?
君はこの病院の精神科に7年間入院している。そのことはわかるだろう？
I don't understand. I can't understand. Why was he telling me this crazy stuff with a smile on his face? I looked down at the clothes I was wearing. When I had come here, I was wearing a Sayretan t-shirt and a long-sleeved denim shirt over it. I was wearing my only pair of jeans too. So why was I now wearing a hospital gown? It was a pale green one-piece gown, a simple one that tied in the front with a string. I wasn't wearing pants beneath it. When had I changed
ここ
clothes?
は閉鎖病棟だからお見舞いの人も来ない。 入院患者さんも男女で別フロアに分けられていて行き来はできない。精神科の看護師は全員男だし、君の病室は完全に個室、窓もない。つまり君は7年間女性と接触したことがないんだ。君の家族も含めてね。思い出したかな？
No, it wasn't true. I wasn't locked in some hospital room. I lived alone in Shibuya. I was a top-ranked player in ESO. I even went to school 2 or 3 times a week. And I had talked to the nurse at the front desk just a minute ago. Is this your first time here? Yes. Then please fill out this form.
嘘に決まってる。
本当にそう思うのかい？
He wrote something on my chart as he whispered. I couldn't read what he was writing. It wasn't Japanese. English? No, German.
だとしたら君の精神はまだ異常だっていうことだよ。もうしばらくは入院が必要だね。
He glanced at me. His eyes were filled with pity. He had never looked at me like that before. I fell to my knees, helpless. The tears came quickly. Now I see. That's right. All of my memories were just delusions of mine. I was the abnormal one. I was the crazy one. What an awful ending. But, well, it didn't even matter now. Even if the memories were just a delusion, they weren't particularly good ones anyway, and I could just create new ones, right? Maybe I could have a world where nothing scary happened. I could be social and outgoing and get good grades. Girls would love me. All my friends would be girls who looked good enough to be models, and they would all be in love with me. And then I could suggest that we live under the same roof. That would be the beginning of fun, bittersweet, and slightly crazy days for me. I forced myself to laugh. It didn't really work. My expression froze up. I wanted to die. Suddenly, I realized I was still sitting on the sofa in the lobby. My body was soaked with a terrible sweat. A cold chill ran down my spine. I started looking around the room, unsure of what had just happened. There was an old, hunched-up woman sitting next to me. Her eyes were buried so deep in her wrinkles that I couldn't tell if she was awake or not. I looked up at the clock above the reception counter and saw that I had been here in the lobby for over an hour. Was that just a dream? Had I fallen asleep while I was waiting, since I hadn't slept at all last night? I sighed deeply. What an awful dream. It was a dream, right? I tried to remember my life until yesterday. It was okay. My memories were all connected. I had encountered the demon girl at the crime scene, and then Yua had lied to me and threatened me, and then I had come to this hospital to prove I was sane. Yeah, it was all fine. I would have preferred if it was all a delusion, of course. Maybe I would have been happier if I could have made a new world and had a lot of fun with it. I was just that sick of this world. In the end, I waited another 2 hours before they finally called my name. When I went into the exam room, it was the same as I had seen in my dream. I thought for a minute I was back in the dream again. Dr. Takashina looked just like he had in my
Stream
dream, too.
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Maybe he just hadn't changed much over the past 4 years.
今日はどうしました？
He didn't start by telling me that all my memories were delusions, but
西条です。
ん？ああ、これはご丁寧に。高階です。はじめまして。
滝大
Fess wants me to save her. I want to give in to her temptation. Do I? Do I want to give in to her temptation? No. No, I don't. It would feel so good to jump. I would be willing to die if I could do it with Fess. I want to be released from everything.
ね
Ayase Kishimoto stood in front of the school's gate in the morning, looking up at the sky. The other students were passing her by. She noticed the strange looks they gave her, but didn't care. Her eyes were filled with a kind of powerless lethargy. For Ayase, going to school was meaningless. Even now in her third year, it still felt strange to wear a uniform. Why? Because the world was about to be destroyed. There were more important things to do than go to school. That's how Ayase felt anyway. Still, she came because she was searching for the door and the other Black Knights. Suime Academy was the place where the Black Knights would gather. No, where they would be gathered, more accurately. That was how Ayase saw it. She had always been a problem child, rarely going even to middle school. Middle school was compulsory in Japan, but high school wasn't. She had never expected to go there. But in May of her first year, she had transferred in anyway. She still remembered it well. On that day, she was also standing here in front of the school. Until then, she had lived at a faculty run by the Arkhart Medical Group. There, she had endured hellish trials until she had finally become a Black Knight. After a month or so of rest to restore her damaged mental state, she had been exiled from the faculty. The director of the faculty, she didn't care enough to remember his name, had said this to her just before she left. Starting tomorrow, you'll be attending a school in Shibuya called Suime Academy. The preparations have already been made. She was not told the reason. So, on the day she had transferred here, she had stood in front of the school gate and sang a little song to herself.
天空赤く染まるとき、邪神王の帯同と呼応し、7つの黒き邪神は生まれ、やがて聖域へと召喚される。そして宣言するのだ。悪夢よ、最悪よ、暗黒なる肉塊たちよ。邪神により邪神をほふられ、邪神王が支配する世界は砕け散ると。
It was a line from a myth published under the title The Apocalyptic Psalms of the Book of Gladio. Remembering it satisfied her. This, she knew, was where the Black Knights would gather. So she waited, and she searched. Until now there had been no sign at all of any wicked hearts. But now, at last, one had appeared. She had found someone who could become a Black Knight. To Ayase, this change came far too late, but it was still a welcome change indeed.
もう時間はないわ。グラジオルの復活はすぐそこ。
She whispered this softly. Then she stepped through the gate of the school to see the other Black Knight, the boy she had seen at the concert.
よし、つながった。
For instance, I could scream and get up out of my chair and start attacking one of the DQNs. It would probably feel good to give one of those assholes what was coming to them. I slowly stood up. The DQNs were grinning at me, unaware that the hammer of justice was about to fall on them. I picked up my chair. Holding it above my head, I walked over to the DQN, who was the first to make fun of me. He was so shocked the grin was still plastered on his face. I brought it down hard on his head. I could feel the impact reverberate throughout the chair and into my body. He collapsed, a pool of blood spreading out beneath him. There was silence in the classroom for a moment. And then chaos. The boys and girls screamed, looking at me with terror in their eyes as they fled. I took a moment to enjoy their fear, and then brought the chair down again at full force on the unmoving DQN. The DQN's body twitched, but he was either unconscious or dead because there was no sound coming out of his mouth. I started to get scared. If I didn't finish him off here, he might get up and attack me. He was a DQN, so he might have a knife in his bag or something. My life was already over, but that didn't mean I wanted to suffer any pain. I had to kill him. I couldn't stop until I was sure he was dead. I hit his head a third time with the chair. And then again. And again. And again. And then one more time. I stayed in my seat looking down at my desk and enjoying my delusion. That was awesome. I had been indulging in a little splatter horror. I wish I really could kill them, though.
ゆ、ゆ、
Senna frowned for a moment before taking the winning stick.
ありがとう。
I was shocked into silence. I had never in a million years imagined Senna would say something like that to me. Senna must not have realized how I felt, because she gave me a quick look and said,
お前優しいな。
She whispered that before turning away from me just as quickly. Did I imagine it, or were her cheeks a little red? Anyway, since she had said thanks, my opinion of her had changed a little. I had thought she was scary, but she could actually be pretty cute.
セナさんは今ので今ので
Kozupi spun around where she was standing and looked at the two of us with a happy smile.
たくみさんのこと好きになっちゃったのら。
小杖、何をバカな。
顔がプッとってなってるの。
うるさい、うるさい。
Hey, that line just now. That was right out of Azure Eye June, the original Tsundere game. When I let my grin show on my face, Senna pointed a finger at me.
お前もニヤニヤしてるんじゃない。
I had never seen Senna be so cute like this. I guess it was because she was so flustered. Feeling mischievous, I decided to play a little trick on her.
ガルガリ君は好きですか？
悪い。
どの辺が？
美味しいだろ。
それだけ。
あと、可愛い。
Senna still pouted as she spoke, even though that didn't make any sense. Could a popsicle really be cute?
アイスがじゃないからな。ガルガリ君は可愛いんだ。
I see. She meant the brand's mascot. Was he cute?
あのイガグリ頭が最高だ。抱きしめて頬ずりしたくない。
Senna's eyes were those of a maiden in love. Well, everybody had their own preferences, I guess. According to my schedule, today wasn't supposed to be a school day, but I came for one reason, to see Remy. I was sure my DQing classmates would be making fun of me again. It hurt, but I would be willing to put up with it if it meant possibly seeing Rimi. There was a chance that Shogun would come back. He seemed to be coming after me as some sort of game, which meant the next quest might start whenever he felt like it. That scared me. The only reason I had wanted a D-sword in the first place was because I was so scared of him. How was I supposed to protect myself from him without the sword? Have Rimi stay with me? But Rimi wasn't coming to school, and that worried me. What if he took Rimi hostage like he did Nanami? Wasn't there anybody who could help me? I entered the classroom with my head down. I took a single look around the room before I sat down. First at Rimi's seat. Empty. Was she absent again? Was she absent again today? Was she really just not coming to school, or was something more going on? I got worried. Next, Kozupi. She was sitting in her seat, looking down, making herself as small as possible.
たくみちゃん
Morning, Kozupi. We didn't look at each other, but we exchanged greetings in our mind. The DQN girls were grinning at me. It had only been a day. The label of creepy loser otaku who made a mess on TV wasn't coming off that quickly. The DQN boys evidently weren't here yet. Those guys would often skip first period. That was more than fine by me. I sat down. Then someone slapped me on the back. It was Misumi, with an awkward expression on his face. He hadn't slapped me nearly as hard as he had used to. Just yesterday he had been ignoring me. Why was he talking to me again? If he did, it would ruin his life. The DQNs in the class would bully him. Yeah, Misumi would be better off if he didn't talk to me at all. When I didn't respond, Misumi forced a smile onto his face.
暗いな。朝から新規臭いぜ。ま、お前はそういうやつだって分かってるけどな。
He was being as rude as ever, but it didn't feel like he was being mean. That was just how he always talked.
あれだ。この前は悪かったな。自分の立ち位置ってのもつかみかねててな。でもまあ、いろいろ考えて、やっぱ今まで通りで行くことにしたからよ。よろしくな。
He said this so casually. He was going to treat me just like he'd had before, even though I was a creepy loser, without wanting anything in return. Damn. I was feeling wet. If Misumi wanted to do me, I would let him.
まあ、正直なところを言うと、お前に優しくしてやることで、俺は女にモテるわけだ。あんなダメ人間にもわけ隔てなく接するなんて、とってもかっこいい人だわ、キャってな。
Daisuke Misumi, die in a fire, and I was willing to offer you my virginity too. If you hadn't told me, I never would have realized what you were really after. Well, the way he came out and said it was just who he was, open and friendly about everything. That was enough for me to get over it. I suddenly let out a
そう
chuckle.
いえば、岸本のことを聞いたか。まだ入院中らしいぜ。怪我は大したことなかったんだけど、精神的にかなり参ってるらしい。いいか、タク。女を落とすのに一番手っ取り早いのは、弱ってる時に優しくしてやることだ。というわけで俺、本気で岸本の見舞いに行こうかなと思ってんだよね。そういえばタクって岸本と知り合いだったよな。な、一緒に行ってくんね。
That sounded like something Misumi would say, and it was something I had never even thought about either. Ayase. With Rimi gone, she might be the only person left I could rely on. Yeah, that's the exact same dialogue. I don't know why it's not skipping it. That is literally the exact same dialogue. I don't know why it has some of these lines that they just don't skip even though I know we've seen it before. It is a little weird.
今日午前4時50分頃、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の警察の調べによりますと、3人とも胴体の3人の額にはそれぞれ渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて。
あいつ昨日僕に絡んできた。
Ayase Kishimoto was staring out the window, only half paying attention to anything going on around her. There were no bars on the windows like there were in the rooms at Arcart Medical, the place she had been before. Outside she could see the high-rise buildings of Shinjuku, and beyond them a blazing evening sky. A few pigeons were flapping furiously across it. Occasionally she would wince in pain. Her eyes were empty and just a little tired. She wasn't humming the songs that had so entranced the young people of Shibuya. After her failed suicide attempt, she had been brought to a big general hospital in Yoyogi. Her wounds had almost completely healed. The doctors had said it was a miracle that a fall from that height had ended in only a few minor scrapes and bruises. Still, she had hit her head hard, so she had been hospitalized for observation. She had been here over a week already. Of course, observation meant nothing more than a simple checkup once every 2 days. The rest of the time she was left to herself. She had the room to herself. There were no other beds in it. Her D-sword was up against the window, flashing with a pale light. It had been there the whole time she had been here, but nobody had noticed it. She didn't get many visitors. Phantasm fans were, supposedly, coming in huge numbers every day, but the hospital had banned them from seeing her so they wouldn't bother the other patients. She and her family weren't close. Almost nobody else came to see her. Her bandmates come to see her once. When she had mentioned breaking up the band, though, they had stopped coming at all.
岸本さん、体温計ピピってなりました？
The door opened and a nurse in white came in. Ayase slowly turned toward her and then took the thermometer out from under her arm like she had just remembered it was there. The nurse looked at the number on the digital display and wrote it down on the chart.
37度1分と。ちょっと熱っぽいかしら。ズキズキする。頭。
Ayase winced in pain again.
あら、また頭痛？でもそれは薬の副作用よ。気にしなくてもそのうち良くなりますよ。
The nurse spoke with a smile and took the thermometer. Her expression was gentle, and there was something about her that put a patient at ease. But Ayase put her hand to her forehead and shook her head. Ever since she came here, Ayase had been dealing with a dull headache. Painful wasn't the word for it, but there was an unpleasant sensation of something pulsing in her head. It was making it hard for her to think, and her whole body felt as heavy as lead. This had happened to Ayase before, too. It was when she was at Arcart Medical. The headaches had lasted 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. She had been unable to sleep and emotionally unstable. It was a past she didn't want to remember, a past she had sealed away, her memories of 2 years ago. The pain was the trigger that made them come flashing back. A dark room, a small window with bars. Except for the small window, the walls were entirely covered with mirrors. She had been restrained in a steel chair in the center of the room. There was some kind of device on her head, with cords stretching off of it. Her hands were bound beneath the chair's back. Her head was restrained at a slight angle. There was no one else in the room. The only sounds were her panting for air and the straining of the metal chair. Drool was flying from her lips, and a bestial howl was coming from her throat that one would have thought impossible for a girl her age. It was a very quiet form of torture. There was only one thing they were doing to her. A single drop of water was falling on her forehead from above, in the same spot every time, at precise 5-second intervals. That was all. She had been stuck like that for 2 days with no rest, and now all she could think of was when the next drop would fall. Her senses were pushed to their limits. Each time a drop fell, it felt like all the nerves in her body were being ripped apart, like all the bones in her body were being shattered to pieces, like a long sharp awl was being driven into her skull, like all the fluids in her body, including her blood, were freezing, like all her skin was rotting and slowing off. It was more than enough to drive her mad. She snapped back to reality to find herself panting and clutching the sheets tightly. Her whole body had started to shake when her dark memories came back. The nurse was gone from her room. It was dinner time, and there was a frantic rush of movement outside the doors. Ayase repeated the words that the nurse had said to herself. Was this headache really caused by the medicine, or had she hit her head when she had fallen? Or was it an effect of her old memories? She couldn't tell. Ayase wiped away the sweat on her forehead and began to laugh.
構わないわ。今さら何をされたって。あれはあの神罰を耐え抜いたんだから。迷わない。私は。
She whispered as if in a trance. Then suddenly she heard a sound coming from the hallway. It was the pleasant sound of shoes on linoleum. They weren't the nurse's footsteps. She could tell that much. The footsteps were getting closer to her room. There was a knock at the door. She pressed her lips together tightly in a frown. It was a man. He was holding a fruit basket, the type commonly given as a gift. Ayase recognized the man. Thus she looked at him suspiciously.
どうも。あ、別に怪しいもんじゃないっすよ。自分は。
知ってるわ。
He was a detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. He had once been tailing her as a person of interest in the New Gen case. He scratched his head happily. For a detective, he seemed surprisingly laid back.
いやー、嬉しいっす。君みたいな美人に覚えててもらえて。記憶力いいんすね。
The detective walked toward her bed. Ayase glanced at the D sword at the windowsill. It was too far away for her to reach out and grab.
今日はお見舞いに来たんすよ。
そうは思えないわ。目的は
鋭いっすね。
The detective acted like he was shaken, but it felt a little like an act.
まあ、ちょっと綾瀬ちゃんに聞きたいことがあって。あ、これ、よかったら食べてほしいっす。
He offered her the fruit basket with an innocent smile, practically forcing her to take it by placing it at the foot of her bed.
うまいっすよ。あと、高かった。
いらない。
まあそう言わず、せっかく買ってきたんで。後でお母さんが来た時にでも切ってもらって。あ、しまった。綾瀬ちゃんはもう何年も両親に会ってないんだったっすね。
It was clear the detective knew exactly what he was doing, but Ayase didn't really care. Her parents had disowned her when she was very little. They were the type to really care about what the neighbors thought of them, and Ayase was a problem child that they were eager to be rid of. She wasn't entirely cut off from them, though. They sent her enough money to pay her living expenses every month.
申し訳ないっす。
He gave her a little bob of his head in apology. Ayase was only now starting to recover from her flashback earlier, and didn't really want to talk to the detective at all. She decided to get this over with as fast as possible.
聞きたいことって何？アリバイ？
違うっすよ。それは前に散々聞いたし。もう綾瀬ちゃんの容疑は晴れたっす。君は白、真っ白。
目星がついたの？犯人の。
それは教えられないんすよ。捜査上の秘密っす。
匠。
秘密っす。
The detective was grinning. He was clearly hiding something. When he laughed, you could see just how young he still was.
しかし西条くんは不思議な少年っすね。彼を見ていると殺人の容疑者にはとても見えない。もしあれで本当に犯人だったとしたら、まさに人の皮をかぶった悪魔っす。
まだ容疑者なの？彼。
いや、そういうわけじゃないっすよ。
The detective laughed and shook his head.
あ、今の話、誰にも言っちゃダメっすからね。情報漏洩すると上司に怒られるんすよ。まあ当然なんすけど。この前も先輩のとばっちりで怒られたばっかで。綾瀬ちゃんも一度会ってると思うんすけど、覚えてるかな。バンさんっていう髪がボサボサで武将髭生やしたおっさんでか。
Ayase remembered him. When they had come to talk to her, it was the older man, not the one in front of her, who had done most of the speaking. He had been pretty aggressive and sneaky too. And it is 1800, which means it is time to go ahead and head off. We will resume this and go towards Ayase's ending on Monday. Tomorrow we will be continuing the Trooper story in Star Wars. Stay safe, friends, and give me a moment to see who we will raid. If we raid anybody. Yes, we will. I don't know what game this is, but that looks like a potential game we can go check out. So, here is the raid message. How is it not showing up there? That's weird. Anyway, here's the raid message. Feel free to copy and paste and stay safe, my friends.